Okay, good morning, committee. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:32 a.m. I'd like to confirm that all members are present and we do have quorum. I believe everybody's in the chambers as well. Nobody's hybrid today. I'd like to confirm our CAO clerk and members of our senior management team and staff are here and present. Thank you. And continue to advise our public that if you'd like to have input on the agenda, please send your email to tmlpubliccomment@muskokalakes.ca. We did receive a comment from the Moon River Property Owners Association in our supplementary agenda regarding item 11A report regarding the Swift River Energy Limited Lease Reserve Fund. I'd like to remind everybody that today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. At this point, I'd like to ask committee if there's any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Okay. Councillor Burry?
While I do not have a pecuniary interest, I am on the investment committee of the Muskoka Community Foundation, and I'm a donor.
Okay, so that is item 5A.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it is not a pecuniary interest. It's just a public
Indirect
declaration.
Okay. Councillor Nishikawa?
Similar, no, a little different from Guy. I actually sign the checks. So I guess I do have a pecuniary interest. And so I would like to view and listen, but I won't be partaking.
Okay. And both 5A. Okay, thank you. Any other committee members? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Just a last explanation, motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite this meeting. From a voting standpoint, members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote shall be recorded by the clerk, but this is not considered a recorded vote. Fantastic. So at this point, we'll move on to our invited presentations. I'd like to welcome Inspector Wade Beebe from our OPP. Good morning and welcome.
Morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and just before you start, committee, I just want to remind this is an invited an invited presentation, so Wade has some time. We will be open for questions after that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to being here today. Some of you I've met in person, some of you I have not, but it's nice to meet you in person. I just wanted to come in today to provide you some updates in regards to the OPP. And
can I just ask, is the mic on? I'm getting some.
Yeah, I turned
yes.
it on.
Okay, thank you.
Just some updates in regards to what we've done in your community, specifically this past summer, as well as updates in regards to what's happening with our detachment and some of the proactive initiatives that we started this past year since coming as a detachment commander. So I just want to talk about Muskoka Lakes in general. It's been a challenging last year, I would say, for motor vehicle collisions. We had 6 motorcycle collisions that unfortunately resulted in some fatalities. We had some other collisions on our roadways as well that resulted in some fatalities. I'm very happy to say that we came up with a very proactive initiative in the springtime in regards to motorcycle safety, as well as safety on our marine as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. But we had no fatalities this year on the roadways. We didn't have any personal injury collisions that resulted in any fatalities either in motor vehicles or in motorcycles. So that's also due to patrol hours and proactive initiatives that we've completed on our roadways, public education, as well as enforcement. Some of those numbers are going to read to you here. One of the biggest things that I was very, I would say, focused on is proactive community involvement, as well as community focus when I came in here. My officers have done an exceptional job with that this summer and have continued to do that with momentum. So for Muskoka Lakes itself, we increased our full patrol hours by 146 hours. We increased our patrol hours by 311 hours. Marine patrol, we had a dedicated marine program this year, the first one we've had in years, where officers were working in pairs on our marine patrols regularly with over 91 hours within your area. We had 21 focus patrols. Focus patrols were specifically directed on analytics, traffic collisions, putting officers in locations depending on what we were seeing from the data, as well as any criminal activity. So that was 21 hours there. We had unfortunately one marine fatality this year in your area, which was from a gentleman from Toronto. He wasn't wearing a life jacket. So that's unfortunate. The other thing that we wanted to do this year was a CMV blitz, or a commercial motor vehicle blitz. So we work with our local, we call it time team, or our local traffic team from Central Region, and we did a blitz here in Muskoka Lakes. During that blitz, we did 316 mandatory alcohol screening tests on drivers. We had 7 level 3 inspections. We had 3 level 1 inspections. We had 2 seatbelt offenses, 2 other documented charges, 1 more violation in regards to moving violation, which most likely would have been speed related. And we also had 84 separate community events that we did within your area. So that was basically in the span of May until the end of July, end of August. So we've been very active in your community. That proactive piece, I would say, has, even though it's hard to factually dictate it, but definitely has an impact in what we've done within your area for this summer. So I'm very proud of the officers and what their work that they've done to represent the OPP in your community. I have heard feedback that the officer presence in your area has been better, that the impact in the community has been good. The foot patrol has had a very positive impact on business owners, which is glad to see. That will continue. Obviously, the communities that close down for the wintertime, we're not going to be proactive in foot patrols, but we'll still be active and you'll still see us on the roadways, which is a good thing. Our staffing levels have come up, and that's the reason why we're able to do these proactive initiatives. And that comes from the work of our senior command team working with our provincial officials and allowing the OPP to have the capacity and ability to fill vacancies and fill spots that gives us more capacity within our detachments. That allows us to do these proactive initiatives. The other thing we implemented was a mental health crisis response team in Bracebridge, which we didn't have before. That started in January of this past year. I'm happy to say that that program has been very successful. It allows us to do follow-ups with people who are in critical need in the community. It allows us to reduce hospital visits. It allows us to provide referrals and community services. And the program has been received very, very well in our communities, not just the district, but here as well. And it's working very well. Now, we did write a grant to extend that program for another 3 years. Results of that grant isn't in yet. There will still be an MCERT program. It just may not be as robust. We're just waiting for the MCERT grant to come in. We're hopeful that it'll be successful so as we can expand the program moving forward. We've also changed our community service program. So our Constable Sam Bigley, who has been very active in the community service, we've looked at opioid crisis interventions. We've handed out naloxone kits. We've done public seminars in regards to opioid crisis and opioid interventions to help our communities, which has also had some very positive impacts, which we will continue in the next few months. The Bracebridge Detachment is getting a facelift. We're getting a new one, which is great. 2026, the new detachment is starting to be built. They are already in the process, what we call the Mod 3. We've had lots of visits from contractors coming in, digging holes, soil density. We've done Indigenous burial ground checks. We've done endangered species. We've done environmental checks, and it goes through a process. So the shovels in the ground will be 2026, where we're going to be experiencing a brand new building, which we're also very excited about. And right now, because of the ability for us to fill, I wouldn't say vacancies, but people who have been off for an extended period of time, who may not be able to come back to a detachment work environment, we're able to, I would say, backfill those positions. So the detachment itself is about 80% frontline availability, which is the highest officer capacity we've seen in a very long time, which allows us to do these proactive initiatives. So that is just a quick overview of what has been going on in the OPP in Bracebridge, in your area specifically in the last few months. And I'm open to any question that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to the inspector, I'm going to be respectful in that and in this question, but I heard your words. I don't necessarily feel that I experienced some of it. I have been also called a number of times because police have not been available in specifically Bala. And mostly around the key and when the key is operating, and the community is getting very concerned because our children are getting beaten up. Those types of things, and they're going forward, we might have a community meeting to actually discuss, address this. And I know back in the early 2000s, this municipality actually paid extra just to have the police show up, but then they wouldn't, interestingly enough, because they would get called down to 12 Mile or, that sort of thing. But I'm just saying, how do we get a focus when we're inviting that many people into our town every weekend for not always the best events, I would say. Or
Okay. So we are present at the key. We've had paid duties all summer long. Officers have been there for paid duties. We've made multiple arrests. We've made multiple interactions with the public when the key was open. So I need more specific details, and I'd be more than happy to follow up for you.
it's when they walk outside of the key.
I understand that. So more details would be nice. Any complaints from the public, we're more than happy to field it. I'd obviously have to do some digging as to the situation that you're speaking to specifically, but I have no issues in addressing it.
Thank you. Okay, committee, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you to the inspector. I'm not going to deal in any specifics, but I do think that there's been a palpable positive change in the visibility of the police, your officers in this town, I believe in Bala as well. The foot patrol notion, more of that, I think is brilliant. I really do think so. There's a whole side of policing that does not involve enforcement, and it involves trust, it involves relationships, and I think it was underrated in the past. I'm glad to see them out there. I also had a couple of occasions to deal with the Marine unit, one post the crisis down at the beach here, and one indirectly through a relative. And I can tell you, my father-in-law, and I can tell you that the interaction was very positive. They're human. They do the best that they can. I think they're getting great leadership, and I thank you for what you're doing with them and for them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Bosmar?
Thank you, and through you, Inspector, some of the driving skills on the lake seem to be significantly below par. And with a lack of the most fundamental rule on where to yield and where not to yield. And my guess is that's a very hard one to enforce or to deal with. I'm just wondering if you are able to, is that something that creeps up high enough on your priority list or not? It is certainly a growing problem. And I guess the second thing, although there's no legislation against it yet, it's the size of the boats creating these massive wakes, which are creating they're not just wake surf boats. The boats are so big these days. And there's just wondering if you had any comments on both of those things. And I, just open to whatever your thoughts are.
So thank you for the question. It's not the first time we've heard that question. It is an ongoing concern on the roadways, my goodness, the waterways. That's one reason why we enhanced our marine program next year, to try to stop some of these things from happening. I will say that's a work in progress. There's still work to be done. We did do an education piece in the beginning of the year for marine safety, and the next piece maybe could be to talk about that with the boaters in regards to respects the next season, about the respect for people on the waterways and some of the offenses that we will be enforcing. Our biggest focus here, should be perfectly honest, was going to be the mandatory Canadian Shipping Act. Make sure you have your rope, your whistle, your life jackets. No tolerance for life jackets. As you know, we had that one death. And alcohol. And those were our biggest focuses this year. And it was very successful, but to your point, that could be something we can add to next year's focus.
Thank you. Councilor Zafit, sorry.
Thank you, through you to the inspector. I think the important thing for me, and again, Ward A, Bala, Torrance, Walker's Point, is the police presence. I think that is absolutely vital, whether it's on the water, on the road, slow down. I mean, people are just driving crazy, right? I mean, I think that the issue that I am concerned about is I don't see the police, whether I'm on the water all the time or I'm on the roads all the time. I very seldom, see the rolling radar. once in a while, but to the mayor's point, I would champion anything we can do to have an enhanced police. I think a police presence is really, really important in a frontier town like Bala on a Saturday when it's jammed to capacity, as is Port Carlin. And, it's not that way on a Tuesday to the same extent. So I think if you guys could work with our ebb and flow, can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Part of the issue is operational capacity, I would say. Technically, we want 2 officers in each zone. So 2 in Bracebridge, 2 in Gravenhurst, 2 in Muskoka Lakes, 2 in Georgian Bay Township. That allocates for a platoon strength, right? So I can't speak to service calls that are going on at a time where officers are being pulled. I will say for speed and things like that, I like to work on an evidence-based process. So if there are complaints of speeding, I will say people's visual interpretation of speed is different than the actual speed of someone driving. It kind of happens. So what we do is use evidence-based. We work with the district, which I have the past 6 months by putting black hats out. That evidence-based piece now allows us to see the speed into the zone, speed out of the zone. And if it's deemed that there's multiple speeding offenses based on what we're seeing, we will put officers there based on the time of day that we're noticing. So speed in and out is faster at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll put an officer there at 9 in the morning because they're 30 over. We want to slow people down, and we will do that. But it's evidence-based because operationally, I got to make sure we cover off the service calls that are required within our communities. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it's a very general question. Thank you.
I have some questions now, but okay, Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Rosenworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the inspector. Thank you for coming to us today. Mine was coverage, service coverage, and you did mention that you have per zone, and I don't need to know the zones, but that you have 2 officers. During the day, I would assume that'd be 2 cars. In the evenings, that'd be 1 car, 2 officers.
So no, we don't have any obligations in regards to 2 officers per car.
Okay.
It's not established in the policy for us. Obviously, officer safety is paramount. If officers wish to team up in a car at nighttime, then they're more than willing to do so, but it's not a policy enhanced by the OPP. But for zone purposes, platoon strength, we want to make sure we have 2 per zone. Sometimes it doesn't happen because
Okay.
we're short or something happens, people are sick or whatever. If that's the case, we'll always have a representation within the zone.
Okay. Has there been any discussion pertaining to the value that the township gets for the amount of money that we contribute to the OPP budget? As you may probably have heard this before, we pay significantly more
Yep.
than the other municipalities. Yet your model is by zone. And so I just wondered, has there been discussion about value that we pay for OPP services?
So that's a very detailed building contract conversation. I can't comment on building contract obligations in regards to building contracts of a district tiered system. It's very challenging for me to answer that question. I will just answer it in a way that we will always ensure you have bodies in your area.
Okay, and just one final question, Madam Chair, if I may. Been some thoughts about the municipality considering a photo radar for some of our communities, Milford Bay, Windermere, Bala. I guess the question is, what are your thoughts around the municipality, if they can, pursuing that option?
So I've been a part of those before. When I was in the Nottawasaga Detachment as the operations manager down there, the ESSA Township went with photo radar and community safety zones within their community. It really depends on what the community needs. If their photo radar seems to be a necessity that you're looking to slow speeds in those community safety zones, I have no concern with photo radar. I think it's a great idea. And it's also obviously a generation of revenue to you, but that's basically you working with that business in order to establish that.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenworth,
Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Just a quick one. You talked about evidence-based determining for staffing levels. The district has the solar powered speed signs, do they collect data and is that a source of data for you?
That is not a source of data. The black cats are a source of data. That is just basically telling someone to please slow down in the area.
Councillor Kent?
Thank you, and through you to the inspector. Supplementing on what Councillor Bosmore said, I'm an islander. I spend a significant amount of time on the lakes. I travel everywhere I can by boat. It is unbelievably scary out there. Okay, I live, particularly when you like, I'll give you an example, crossing over to Foots Bay. There's traffic going in 6 different directions. I think once in the past 3 years, I've seen an officer in that particular location. My concern stems to the fact that it is clear that nobody knows the basic rules. They may have gone through the test online, they may have filled in the information, but something as simple as the yield policy, which is the most dangerous one, people have no idea. I question whether we should be reevaluating the way people are licensed, whether they have to, I mean, look at cars, you gotta take an in-person test. People do not understand what they're doing. I think we need to, I would recommend that we spend some time thinking about whether the licensing program for boating is adequate, whether there needs to be a supplemental program. You had your license for a year or two, go back, revisit these policies, but taking it online, in my opinion, does not address the issues. People are not adequately trained and they don't even, they couldn't, you know, some of the navigational things in the tests are made for ocean boating or for major sections of Georgian Bay. They're not made for the lakes where it's very narrow and small pier. So I would just say that would be a request from my side. And it is so dangerous. We are definitely headed to some major problems, in my opinion. And I've seen a marked increase in how bad it's gotten. The boats are bigger, they're faster. People have their headphones in. They're talking on their phones. It's, you know, and the wakeboard boats are causing substantial problem for everybody because the waves are so big, you can't drive your boat. Any normal boat, you can't drive. So I would just suggest that I think that we need to relook at the way that people are licensed to make sure it's actually fixing the problem or making sure that people are qualified to be on a boat. And we have to go back and do the old people again who've already been licensed. I don't mean old meaning age, I mean people who've had their licenses for more than a year.
Yeah,
You
you're
go back.
interested in saying.
Thank you.
Our people are actually not the problem. They know the rules generally. That's.
Okay, let's let Inspector Beebe.
So that's,
Disagree with me?
we don't create the laws and legislation, we enforce it, we educate it, we will be on the roadway or the waterways. We don't create that part, we don't write the tests, we don't do testing, that's something to do with the ministry, it has nothing to do with the OPP. We will be a part of that piece, we'll help educate. If this is obviously a valid concern, we will educate it next year through public media and through our marine team. Other than that, that part of it goes through the ministry of pushing out boating testing legislation, things like that. It doesn't fall under our mandate.
Okay, I believe I saw Mayor Kelly again.
Thank you. And through you, just a couple of follow-ups to earlier comments. I agree that there's pandemonium on many parts of our lakes. But quite frankly, the jurisdiction for testing and licensing of the operation of boats, motorboats on navigable waterways, I believe, is the jurisdiction of the federal government. So we're petitioning the wrong people, essentially. If we need to get after someone, let's get after them, but we'll make sure we go for the right people. I forget what I had two other, number two, I think it was Councilor Roberts who was asking about whether value was a consideration in determining the contract. I can assure you value is a constant ongoing consideration. It's one that doesn't generally involve the OPP until we sit down and try to talk about renewing the contract. But we don't take our eyes off the value for very long on any relationship that we share or that we work through the district, right? And speed control, I think the district may have found the right answer to speed control based on how rough the road is between here and Bracebridge. I've never gone that slow in my life, so they got to figure it out.
Okay, committee, are there any other questions? I have a few myself, but I'll try to keep them brief. This has been very informative. And if I could even ask if you have some of those stats that you'd be comfortable sharing with staff, I suspect that our group might like to see that after the fact. That would be great. The first question I have is, I'll start with and I'm going to end with the mental health piece. is, do you have partnerships with our marinas by chance? Like, I'm listening to some of these questions, like, do you have a relationship, a partnership? There's a place where all the boats go. So just thinking as a proactive communication, education piece.
Mhm.
Is
So
that something
MCERT in regards to marine.
yeah, sorry, on the marine side, I'm just listening to the conversations about the boats. And the logical question I had in my mind is, do you have a relationship and partnership with the marinas on our lakes?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, we do. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. The second question, with the advancement of new technologies and you've been referencing the importance of using data to redirect stuff. That is absolutely the right way. I can imagine managing the enforcement piece. Are there new technologies that you are considering or that you think would be valuable for us to be using more, when I say we, you, more in the township to help address some of the challenges that we may be experiencing?
So I would say as an organization, we're pretty good with technology advancements right now. Every vehicle, every officer, we have in-car cameras now. The in-car cameras act in a few different ways. Number one, you obviously monitor what the officer engagement is with the public. The second part is it acts as what we call an ALPR, automatic license plate reader. So every single vehicle now, if you put something on what we call the ALPR for missing person, stolen vehicle, suspended drivers, it sends an alert to the officer on their screen. And now we can actually enforce more driving issues. We can find more criminal activity, things that we now can use with the ICC, which is very important for us. And it all goes to the cloud for stored data. And then we're actually having body cameras coming to our detachment, I think early spring. So we'll also have body cameras. So technologically wise, there's not much else we can put in a car. And there's not much else we can put in an officer now. They're pretty much outfitted with every technological advancement we could think of to make sure they can do their jobs.
Are there community approaches that were in partnership? I recall a conversation where some of the stores that were being broken into more frequently, that there was things that cameras and new technology that can be implemented that might support the efforts of what we're trying to accomplish.
So yes, thank you. So just for your awareness, we do have what's called a Cam Safe program started in Gravenhurst. We're experiencing a lot of B&Es there. We had 9 within a very short period of time within the downtown core. The challenging part is we didn't have a lot of digital evidence from businesses to help us with that. So the more camera information we get, sometimes it's faster for us to solve crime. Presented the CamSafe program, which essentially is a business can register on what's called the CamSafe website. They buy a camera, they then register it. We then now can access that registry to see who has cameras in the area, where the offense is, and ask for the camera footage from the end user. It's not a given, we ask permission, but then we can use that camera footage now to hopefully solve crime. We've used it now in Gravenhurst. They have 5 already submitted. We have 5 more to do by the end of the week. We're actually walking the beat tomorrow in Gravenhurst to go into every business to promote the CamSafe program. I will be on foot as well to promote this into businesses to help them actually work with us as a community partner and working together to help stop crime and at least give us the capacity to do our jobs a little better with that community outreach piece. So that's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
Thank you. And I do have a final question, if I may, and you touched upon the mental health program. Could you just expand a little bit about what, I mean, that's clearly such a significant issue on so many different fronts.
So the
and
answer,
you are the
sorry to interrupt.
front, yeah, you're the front line of this. So I'd be really interested to hear a bit more about what you're doing.
Most police agencies have what they call a mental health crisis response team. That's what we call it. Other services will call it something different. It started in Hamilton years ago. They called it the COAST program. And what it is allowing us to have a crisis worker work with the officer. Our partnerships with Canadian Mental Health Association, they have embedded crisis workers who are highly trained, civilian members who wear crisis worker on their vest, and they work with officers to take care of people who are a high level of acute risk in the community. So they will go to high calls for suicide. They will address the concern at the time, apprehend if need be. We're trying not to apprehend if we can, because it's more about the services that the person requires. So follow-up by the officers are done. The community service referrals are done. They're referred to what we call the community situation table, where we have multiple people who sit at this table offering services to people that are identified as acute level risk. And it provides that capacity for someone to get what they need who may be in crisis. That program started full-time in Bracebridge in January. It's had significant impacts. I don't have the data with me. I presented it to District Council last year in regards to the current insert state and the progress of where we'd like to be. It's already had very significant impacts in the community. So we would love for it to continue. We're hoping that the grant is awarded to us. We'll know hopefully in the next few weeks. If not, we will still have an insert program. It just won't be as robust as we'd like to have it to help people in the community. But that's where we're at right now.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Oh, I love the sign. Through you, I've had concerns of people coming, what is basically happening is there's new folks arriving to the community. And just thinking they can hunt anywhere. But they're a different group of people, I will say, than our normal hunting involvement in from Southern Ontario. There have been lots of concerns being brought forward, and you know, we'll say we'll phone the police, but I think it's an actual different level of discussion that has to take place. And like people are arriving in full swords and garb, which was shocking to me 40 years ago, walking into a bank in British Columbia when they could wear those types of things, but you don't expect to see them in the woods. Sort of. So I'm not quite sure. Our community's a little bit uncertain of how this is outside of ballot. And where does something like that go?
Do you have a location?
Yes, it's by our Cranberry Marsh.
Okay. So has anyone filed a report for concern?
They have,
Okay.
and different individuals.
Okay.
So I'm again, I don't know, but it's a concern in the community.
Is it Crown land?
No,
Okay.
it's private land.
Have you contacted Ministry of Natural Resources?
I have not.
Okay.
That's,
I can look into that for you.
yeah, thank you.
Sure.
And, or even if you wanted to talk to the marsh owner, because he hadn't run in and.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, are there any other questions or comments? No, Inspector, thank you very much for coming today. I know this has been a few
Appreciate
months. We really appreciate the time and effort, and I would like to echo the comments that certainly have seen the increased presence on, I have anyways, in the urban centers, as on the water, as evidenced by my children and their peers. So thank you as a parent for your increased presence in your work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to item 5A. I believe we have two that have declared on this particular item. I'd like to welcome. Hi, Ms. DeCaro, how are you? Great. I believe just slightly different that you have 5 minutes to present. Then committee members will be able to ask questions for you. After that, if there's a further discussion, you might have noted it's further along in our agenda, and our clerk will follow up with you and let you know any next steps that will be coming out of today's presentation. So if I put my hand up, it's because we have a timer going. They manage me very well. So welcome and thank you for coming today.
Well, thank you, Chair Mazin, for this opportunity and to speak to the committee today about the opportunity to create a community fund for the Township of Muskoka Lakes. Yeah, maybe we can just skip ahead. I know you have this in your package, so maybe we'll just skip ahead a little bit to, yeah, perfect. And just for those who don't know me, my name is Lynn DeCaro, and I'm the Executive Director of the Muskoka Community Foundation. We have been part of the Community Foundations of Canada network since 2007. We have granted more than $2 million back into the community since that time through the contributions of donors and through national granting programs that we have access to through the Community Foundations of Canada. So today I wanted to talk about a community fund. This is something that we have seen as an opportunity for local communities, as a way to create opportunities to keep donor dollars or attract donor dollars to stay within their community. Grants from each community fund are dispersed only to projects that happen within the township's boundaries. The granting process is overseen by the Community Fund Granting Committee and includes representation from the township and the Muskoka Community Foundation. We could just skip to the next slide. Perfect. So in general, and this would apply more to townships, municipalities that don't already have an existing community grants program. I know Muskoka Lakes does, but we have found that a community fund can help with regular granting cycles and reduce the number of delegations that come before council and the time required to include multiple funding requests into the township's annual budget discussions. Existing community granting programs can be managed by the Muskoka Community Foundation, freeing up valuable staff time. And I think it would be important to highlight that because you already have such a robust community grants program here, that's not something we would want to change, but that's something that we would like to offer to help manage and to administer. A community fund creates a pathway for donor engagement, leveraging donor dollars that can be added to the fund. This gives the donor confidence that their charitable donations are working in their own community. A community fund has its own grant review committee, removing the possibility of bias in funding decisions, and remains arm's length from council and township staff. A community fund can support a broad range of community services organizations who are delivering charitable programs and services to meet specific needs within the community. We can tailor a granting program for the communities of Windermere, Glen Orchard, Bala, Port Carling, Torrance. And I think it's in, Muskoka Lakes is quite interesting in that you have so many of these smaller, very active, robust communities within Muskoka Lakes. Thanks, Liz. One of the things about a community fund is, of course, we would look for the township or the municipality that community fund is held in to contribute to that. But we also see it as a way of, as I mentioned earlier, leveraging donor dollars. One of the challenges that we have as a community foundation is often how do we reach those individuals that perhaps are seasonal, they're here to enjoy their time at their cottage. Maybe they're not thinking necessarily about how they can give back to their community, or maybe they're just not sure how to do that. So using as an example, using Muskoka Lakes current community fund allocations, can we use that to leverage more dollars to go into a community grants program? We would also work with the township to promote the creation and impact of the fund to leverage those additional charitable contributions. They could come from local businesses, seasonal residents. They could be one-time or regular contributions to support the fund. We could go on to the next slide. And I won't go into detail on this slide, but it's in your package. And it's just basically how we as a community foundation work with a donor from beginning to end of the receiving a gift and helping to disperse that back into grants to impact the communities. One of the really interesting things that we've been seeing lately are through the work with our donors are the very thank you. Are the variety of issues that are important to them, and we as the community foundation have also identified food insecurity, education, recreation and culture, health and wellness, the environment, and housing as key areas that we would look to support. We can also add education bursary awards that would be specific to students residing in the township of Muskoka Lakes. If we could just skip on, thank you. So the role of the Muskoka Community Foundation is to, in terms of a community fund, is to promote the fund in partnership with the Township of Muskoka Lakes, donor management and donor engagement, financial management of the community fund, establishing and managing the requirements of the grant review committee, adjudicating the grants application process, awarding grants to successful applicants, and collating project progress reports and reporting annually back to council on the success. And I think I'm getting the signal. Okay, got it all in, I hope.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you. And I'm sure that all of us have had a chance to look at your great presentation. So thank you very much. I suspect that we might have a few questions as well. So
Perfect.
at this point, I will ask committee, do you have any questions? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So I've read your material on that. Sorry if I missed it, but what would be your specific ask of this committee?
Ideally, I would love it if we could work together to create a community fund for the Township of Muskoka Lakes, and that it doesn't replace, but it works in tandem with your existing community grants program. And in doing so, that we would hope to, like I said earlier, leverage those donor dollars from community members to expand the impact that the community grants program could have.
A supplemental, and then
Yeah.
Councillor Zavitz and then Mayor.
So I'm just thinking, okay, to work with us, but there's gotta be some sort of hook here. Or I've been involved in doing fundraising, and it really basically boils down to 2 or 3 people could champion it. And I'm thinking that's what you need within the community, that 1, 2, 3 people that are really passionate enough to get it started and then come to council. I guess, am I allowed to comment?
I think let's just keep it at the questions right now
Okay,
because we
so
will have a.
I'll
future
leave it at that.
conversation. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
Councillor Zavitz, did you have a question?
Thank you, through you to the presenter. So, I read this thing over about 4 times, because it seems like it answers questions that nobody asked. Respectfully, I'm looking for the methodology that you'd recommend for the township. Do we, at budget time, establish a 200,000, 100,000, $8 fund that we allocate? Like, I find that there's a lot of information not here in terms of the dynamics of how this could work. So, should we as a committee, and I guess it would be to our Director of Finance, Mark, more than to you, if I might. I mean, I wonder what our Director of Finance thinks of this as a vehicle for us, because right now we're having grants and we're doing the things that we're doing. We're executing that fiscally. So I might say to you, given this presentation, what are your recos on how we might consider this? Is that fair?
So I think the question is, and we might get into further conversation a little bit further on this one, but is there a way to interact with this as we contemplate our budget coming up in the current grants program?
Through you, Chair. So I haven't given this an immense amount of thought. It just came on the agenda today. We do have a community grants line in our budget. I guess the question would be to council and committee, how much are we willing to invest in community grants, and how do we want that to be able to be parlayed back into the community? Currently, we have a process. Does that process meet the needs of the community? Or are there other or better ways to tackle that, to tackle those challenges?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Supplemental, thank you for that answer. So then, are there, if I could ask the presenter, are there other communities, other townships, other cities in this fund that are contributing X thousands of dollars every year as an annual stipend or biannual or whatever it is?
Yes, so that's a great question. And that was the kind of the response I was thinking to your initial question as well, using the example of other communities. So the community fund concept that we've developed has been based on the Community Foundation of Grey Bruce and the work that they do in their area, where they have about 6 communities that fall within their catchment area that they've created community funds for. And I think Niagara Community Foundation is another example. And I believe that link might be in the fund proposal portion, where you can go on and explore and see what those look like. Of course, every community is different in their needs. We have just on Monday launched the Lake of Bays Community Fund, first call for applications. We worked with the Lake of Bays staff from November through to May on developing the fund that would work specifically for them and for their needs. They have contributed or allocated an amount to the fund each year for the next couple of years. But our hope is that we can use that as a way to demonstrate the impact that such a fund has on the community, and we can share that with the broader community and really hope that we can involve community members, whether they be permanent residents, seasonal residents, to also contribute charitable dollars, maybe their end of year giving, back into the community that they live in or that they visit and hold such a special, we know Muskoka holds such a special place. And so that we see this as a vehicle to really engage with those seasonal residents or those individuals with capacity that just might not know where to start in supporting their community. They may not be aware of the needs, excuse me. So this would be an opportunity to kind of create that awareness of the needs in a specific community, address some of the strategic needs identified by council, and work with the broader community to educate on those needs and how they can help. Not sure if that answered your question, but.
Supplemental, just. Thank you to that point. Is this a vehicle for providing charitable receipts?
Yeah, so the Muskoka Community Foundation is able under the Income Tax Act to issue charitable receipts. So the idea of the Community Foundation administering the community fund is that we take care of all of those donor engagement interactions, whether that's, having a conversation with them about how their gift may impact the community through a community fund, perhaps understanding that they are that they are dedicated to perhaps a specific community within the greater community, whether that be Windermere, Bala, et cetera. But yes, so we can issue charitable receipts.
And for that, there's a fee.
A fee.
There's a fee within the.
Yeah, so on the entire fund that's held, there is a small administrative fee that, yeah.
Thank you. And through you, just, I want to just quickly follow up on Councilor Zavitz. I'll try to keep it to 4 supplementals, but just a couple of quick things. I fully embrace this, and I'm not 100% convinced that it needs to, nor maybe should it, involve funding from the township. I think it could be the perfect vehicle to solve the problem that I run into, not a problem, but the issue that I run into when you're in a conversation with local people, mostly seasonal residents, who say, oh, I didn't know it was like that. Can I make a contribution? Can I help? And it's a kind of professional way to focus the energy around gathering those donations, heightening the awareness of the situation, and making sure that the funds are dispersed in an appropriate fashion. The only question I want to ask is, you mentioned that it doesn't necessarily or shouldn't displace the grants, community grants. What does it displace? Does it display, and like throwing out, does it displace donations that might otherwise go, for instance, to Rotary clubs or Lions clubs? Does it displace who's at risk here if we move forward with something like this? What other groups that are currently trying to serve the needs of the community fall to second place because they don't have charitable status or because they don't have the same machine to drive donation?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So currently, under the recent changes to the Income Tax Act, community foundations can now grant to not-for-profit organizations, incorporated. The term is non-qualified donees. However, provincially, our charitable objectives allow us only to support qualified donees. I can tell you that we've just engaged Miller Thompson out of Toronto to help us change and adjust our charitable objectives, which is somewhat of a lengthy process that has to go through the Charities Directorate and the provincial government as well to solidify those changes. I'm this afternoon meeting with my colleague from the Toronto Community Foundation on the process they've undertaken to support non-qualified donees. So we recognize, especially in more rural communities, that there are a number of incorporated not-for-profits, service clubs making up the bulk of that do really important work to support their community. And so we want to ensure that we are able to support them through this process.
No more questions? Okay, thanks. Oh, yeah, Councillor Bosmore. I was just making sure Mayor Kelly didn't have another question.
Yes. Thank you, and through you, I was wondering, what is the typical profile of your donor? And,
So-
you know, if there was a nuance in there I was looking for, is how much are from the seasonal residents, because we have some very wealthy seasonal residents, and versus people who are not here seasonally.
Mhm. So currently, I would say the majority, so we have two funding types, two funding vehicles to support a donor's philanthropic goal. One is an endowed fund, of course, that you know, the capital investment is protected, and a percentage of that annually goes to granting out into the community. I would say that the majority of those funds are held by individuals who would be considered seasonal residents. However, they tend to have a long connection to Muskoka. They may have lived here, moved away, or they have, you know, been, you know, third or fourth generational cottagers. We are seeing an emerging trend across donors, especially those maybe new to participating in that level of giving, where they really like to see the impact of their donor dollars. They like to be more involved. So we have been creating what we call flow-through funds, where a fund can be established, money is given to that fund, and the donor can choose how regularly to add to that fund and how to flow money out to that fund. In relation to a community fund, you know, it's a bit more technical, but we like the idea of a flow-through fund to give more flexibility initially on how we can grant and impact different projects, programs, issues within the community. So I would say it's a blend right now of some older donors who have, you know, come back to Muskoka or have the opportunity to support Muskoka. But we do have a number of what I would say younger donors who want to be much more kind of action oriented, seeing more impact immediately with their gifts.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Yeah, very quick
Yeah.
supplemental. Do people leave money to the fund in their wills?
That's an interesting question. That's something we certainly support, and we have received one gift to date that came as a bequest. We don't always know. We do know that we have a couple of donors who will be leaving us gifts, but there are others, of course. We suspect there are a few others that haven't confirmed that with us, but we're not sure. But there are many ways to leave gifts, whether that be a bequest, insurance policies. There's a lot of tools out there now that can be used.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. With our grants that we have, if somebody is turned down, could they apply for a grant from you?
So yes, they could. And now currently as it stands with your community granting program, you know, if someone was turned down, then yes, they could certainly come to us to see if we have funding available for their specific project or organization. But if we were to move forward with the creation of a community fund for the Township of Muskoka Lakes, we would hope that we would, you know, that we would have other, that we would be able to, sorry, I'm just thinking about all the different pathways to that. But yes, they could. And we also look at projects that may not fit the criteria of a particular fund. But we then, you know, if we see merit in that program and see that it's important in meeting a need, we do try to connect with other donors that hold funds that could support them.
Okay,
Supplemental?
so they have to be either incorporated or registered?
At this time, they have to be a registered charity, but we can support non-qualified donees if they are working on a collaborative project with a registered charity at this time. We are hoping by spring that we will have a process in place that can support non-qualified donees.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? I have a few, so. Thank you very much for coming today. The way I see this is that it could be a complementary perhaps to the current program. It could perhaps absorb some of our current program. Because I think I heard, and I guess this is my question, is that it helps reduce potentially the administrative burden we feel sometimes internally and with our staff, because that your group would then take on. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that's one of the benefits.
yes.
Okay. The other question, and obviously, is the ability to attract new donors. It gives a formal process and allows for tax receipts. I think that was the question. Excuse me. Counselor Zavitz had asked.
Yes, that's correct.
So it allows us perhaps to do a more robust program than we are able to do through taxpayer dollars today.
Yes.
Thank you. And the third thing is, could you please confirm with me, just using Lake of Bays as the example,
Mhm.
the process that you went through, because I don't think it's a matter of just saying, I'm asking for money. What I think I heard you say is it becomes a lengthy collaboration between the two to figure out what that fund could look like to benefit our community. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So I've come with kind of a very broad
Right.
proposal, but yes, we started working with the Township of Lake of Bays in November, meeting with staff, identifying if this is something that could work with them, if this is would benefit the township in some way. We then started looking at the types of projects or programs and organizations that could be supported. So really exploring the benefits and also working with their own strategic plan, on some of those pillars that they are looking to support within their community, whether that be the environment, mental health, education, housing. So we really see it as a partnership. We don't want to just create a Muskoka or a Muskoka Lakes Community Fund and not have a relationship with Muskoka Lakes. That's really important. And so we do see this as a partnership. In the original proposal that I sent you, it says we could have a grant review committee that has 2 members from the community. The Township of Lake of Bays felt that they still wanted to have a counselor and a staff position for the time. So these are things that we can work on. Nothing is set in stone, so to speak. We see it as a relationship. And growing opportunities, not only for donors, I think that's one piece of it, but also the impact that can be felt within the community to address so many needs that we know our community service organizations are so desperately trying to address. And so it's a relationship.
So it becomes, if I could just ask, a natural, the possibility, it creates a new mechanism to possibly attract new funding sources to make it a bigger piece than
Yes.
what we're currently able to do from the tax base. And by impact, that has a direct impact, and we would have some level of influence and control over what that looks like as far as impact within our own community.
Right. So identifying a specific theme for any granting year, perhaps creating a bursary fund, those, or as things emerge, right? We right now, mental health is a big concern for so many of us. It could be something else in the future that we want to address.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Last question for me. So you mentioned the word relationship quite a bit in your presentation. That's great and wonderful. I guess that, the relationship piece that I see us as a township with our constituents in our granting program that we currently employ, I don't know, rough, it might be $300,000 worth of granting that we work with in a year. Between the CIP and whatever else that community improvement. To my mind, that bonds us to our constituents across the township, and we have an intimate relationship both ways of what they need the money for, its use. It keeps us connected to the communities. I would really worry, and I'm not being trying not to be negative, but I worry that we would lose that link if our staff and we here are released from that responsibility and it goes to a third party, if you will. We're essentially paying you to do our work. And to me, that I would worry that we would lose that connection. Can you speak to that? I mean, do you do that elsewhere?
Yeah, so the Muskoka Community Fund, we take great pride in knowing the needs of our community broadly, working with so many of our community service organizations who really work across borders, right? They're not just serving Bracebridge. The YWCA is an example. Mind Aid is an example. We have excellent relationships, I would say, with most charities in Muskoka. We know the work they're doing. We know the challenges they're facing. That is really important to convey to those who support their work and fund their work. And so we as the community foundation never want to take ownership of a funded project. We really want to promote the work the organization is doing, but also the individuals that are helping them to get there. So to your question, we wouldn't want to just take a community grant program and run away with it and not have involvement from the township. That is key, because all of you now are ambassadors for that fund. You are going out and championing to your constituents the importance, the impact that it's having. And so that reporting back piece is really, really important, that we're working with those organizations to provide detailed impact stories that each of you can take back to your communities and say, look what this community fund did for your community, for Bala. Look what we were able to bring organization X here to deliver really vital programming that they might not have had the opportunity to do without that type of funding. So relationship is key in all the work that we do. Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Kelly, I think I saw your hand up again.
Thank you. And through you, you did see my hand up. It's more a response, I think, it's a supplemental to the answer. There are so many agencies that are currently raising funds and solving socioeconomic problems in this township that have no link to us, no funding from us, no relationship with us. The issue here isn't whether the link comes back to us or whether it's somehow us calling the shots. The fact is, if this is viewed as a more efficient and more thorough way to raise money and get it into the hands of needy people, then it really doesn't matter to me that it has no link to us. I see this as a much more effective tool as centralizing everything from the management and the promotion, the donor solicitation, and the disbursement than we could ever accomplish sort of on a part-time basis. That's going to be going on separate and apart from our community grants program, with charitable receipts that, great, drop the puck, I'm out.
Yeah. So I would agree. We're starting to get into the discussion portion of all of this. So I think what I might suggest at this point, I think this has been a wonderful introduction. Thank you for coming today.
My pleasure.
We really appreciate the work that you are doing on behalf of everybody in our community. So thank you very much for your time. As I mentioned, we will have a further discussion later today, and our clerk or somebody from staff will be following up with you.
Wonderful. Happy to discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Next item committee is 5B, Mr. McNair. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes. I'm trying my best today. 5 minutes, and we will ask questions afterwards. Similar.
My name's Sandy McNair. For 44 years, I've owned and paid property taxes at 1329-1 Breezy Point Road on Lake Muskoka. Our mailing address is 353 here, Ontario Street, Collingwood, L9Y2M5. Some of my waterfront neighbors and I are deeply concerned about the escalating threats and devastating consequences of wildfires. We wish to convert these deeply felt concerns and fears into constructive action. We wish to launch a campaign to fundraise for another fireboat on Lake Muskoka. For more than 3 months, we've been working with Muskoka Lakes Fire Chief Ryan Morrell and his team, as well as CIO Pink and Treasurer Mark Donaldson, as well as several Ministry of Natural Resources, Aviation, Wildfire experts. We have gained a deep understanding of industry best practices, as well as local capabilities, capacities, constraints, and threats. Drawing upon the fire smart materials and evaluation processes, Muskoka Lake's East Bay waterfront forests score extreme hazard. Hardy Lake Provincial Park dominates the East Bay shoreline, and Muskoka's wildfire assessment map has assigned it the highest fire hazard rating. The park is extensive, is densely forested without roads, is very busy, and is upwind from hundreds of waterfront properties on Renly Road, Breezy Point Road, Woodwinds Road, East Bay Landing, and other roads in the many water access only properties in the area. For those properties with roads, these roads are private, single lane, dead ends, densely forested with steep hills and blind corners, and they are long. ranging from 3 to 5 kilometers each. These extreme wildfire hazards compel us to materially boost our individual and collective suppression capabilities. Some may suggest more firefighters, more trucks, and more fire stations are appropriate. We believe more fireboats located at fewer, better staffed fire stations is the most prudent and effective path to boosting wildfire suppression capabilities and the broader mandate of our fire department. The consequences of a wildfire engulfing even a few waterfront forests would be devastating and dramatically impair water quality and drive a steep plunge in land values. The loss of the waterfront forest may result in limited or no rebuilding, with dramatic knock-on impacts for Muskoka's outlook, employers, employees for multiple generations. Based upon the constructive and productive meetings we've had with TML staff, we now seek from you, this committee and council, direction to prepare a staff report focused on your and their willingness to accept our donation to fund an additional fireboat. That is our primary ask of you today. We have a secondary ask. To streamline the process and boost our collective effectiveness, we ask that you provide direction to staff on each of the following. And they're on the screen if that helps. Donation receipts. Through discussions with the treasurer, we have been told verbally that the Township of Muskoka Lakes would prefer to receive a single payment of the agreed amount, along with a list of the individual donors so that each of them will receive a Canadian charitable tax receipt. Location of the boat, the fire chief has confirmed verbally that the West Street dock in Port Carling is the location that will provide East Bay on Lake Muskoka and the wider area with the best response times and outcomes. Fire suppression capabilities. The new fireboat will be equipped with an integrated water pumping system with a reach of at least 1,000 feet to water the shoreline forest and tree crowns during structure fires, wildfires, and drought conditions. The fire department may choose to install 2 pumps with 2 gunnel or roof-mounted nozzles, one with a reach of 300 feet and another with a reach of at least 1,000 feet. Donor rate. Each of the donors will qualify for a 50% reduction in the per diem rate to hire a fireboat with 4 firefighters. We note the current rate is $5.59 per hour. The 50% reduction in the per diem rate would expire after 20 years, which is the estimated life of the fireboat. Focused use. The fireboat will be focused on and available for its mandate and will not be used to transport building and septic inspectors or by law enforcement officers to perform their inspection or enforcement duties. To be able to launch a successful fundraising campaign, we seek written confirmation of each of these items. Subject to your support of our primary ask, the first 3 have been verbally confirmed to us. TML staff have shared with us a reluctance to confirm the last 2. These confirmations are very important to us and viewed by some as a precondition to a successful campaign launch. Upon request, I would welcome the opportunity to speak to these points in more detail, answer any questions, or provide clarifications. Thank you for your time and consideration of our offer.
Well, Mr. McNair, you get a gold star today. That was 5 minutes.
Sorry, it was a race, but I knew you
was
have
good.
no latitude, so.
Thank you very much for that. Committee questions. Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, and through you. That's very helpful. Can you explain number 4 to me? I don't understand what it is exactly.
Sure. Although no one has taken advantage of it, the fire department is available for hire. Much like the OPP are available for hire. If you're running a construction site and wish to have the OPP direct traffic around your project, you can hire them. The fire department is also available for hire. If, for example, I was concerned about a drought, and if they were available, if all of the ifs, they have the total control over they can turn down the request. But if they were available, I would then be able to hire them at a per diem rate to water my forest if that's what I chose to do. That apparently no one's ever taken advantage of it. It's in your bylaws. The rate's all published. No one's ever done it. As I stare down this wildfire anxiety that a number of us have, we think that during a drought, it might be prudent to get serious about watering the forest, shoreline forest in particular. We might even want to water Hardy Lake shoreline forest. Anyway, so it's never happened. We'd like to have the option of it happening. And that's where that request comes from.
Thank you.
Without getting into why staff doesn't want to concede that, they're concerned that it will set a precedent. And I would suggest that this is a completely different than someone donating a net for the pickleball court and wanting a lower rate to rent pickleball courts. This is a completely different construction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you, and I guess to whoever staff wants to speak to it, but items 4 and 5, so can we speak to that here? I mean, if the word's precedent setting from our presenter, how is that if number 4 is in our bylaw? Number 5 is a no-brainer because I think I've asked the numerous times over my 6 years and we don't put septic inspectors or bylaw enforcement officers in a fireboat.
Yes, we do.
As far as I know.
You-
So
you do.
can I ask the question, can staff, someone in staff, tell us why 4 and 5 are, niggling points, if you will? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I'm just looking to CAO Pink. Okay. Chief Morale.
Okay, on issue number 1, the donor rate, so it's basically what the rate is considered today. It's in our fees and charges bylaw, and it is a rate to have a response fee applied when you hire our services. It could be you have a wedding and maybe you're gonna have a large amount of guests there and you want our services at that event. The donor rate in setting a caveat like this, it could be a precedent setter. It could bleed on to more things. So we want to make sure that this was considered by committee. Probably the best course action is for us to bring back a report that actually addresses all the other challenges that could be involved in this. To the councillor's question on the second, hopefully that helps with the donor rate piece. The second question about focused use, this is a very complicated matter. And if you can imagine, there are actually 2 building of people that are firefighters today that are in our building department. So I don't know where the bleed over would be. When are they building people and when are they firefighters? So a use of our vessel for that purpose, it could just accidentally happen. So I just want to make sure that that's a clear ask of consideration for this committee. So it's up to this committee to decide if that's something you want to do, is tell us to not put certain employees on our employee-owned boat or staff-owned boat. The other thing is about what you ask us to do in terms of staff in our vehicles. There is an actual bylaw boat, and I don't know if we call it the bylaw boat, but there is a boat for development services that is used by their employees. So as it stands today, we do not have bylaw operating from our vessels, but right now it is an option for council to consider if they wanted us to take those persons out. We do ask if they do use our vessels that we are attending with them in case a call develops, and then we're able to respond. Hope that helps.
Thank you. CAO Pink.
Thank you. Just further to that, I could reference, we do have also a donation tax receipt issuance policy. And again, I think staff would like to review that more closely, returning in a report, because the definition of donation in that policy states that the donator wouldn't benefit from any advantage as a result of their donation. So I think there's some question there. And is that, again, the policy set that way so that typically donations don't come with strings attached or set precedents, as Fire Chief Morrell pointed out. So those are things we would explore further in a report. Ultimately, whether council wishes to accept it lies amongst yourselves.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through maybe just a comment, this seems to me to be a perfect example of how a community fund might work. And how the Muskoka Community Foundation might help. Now, it's not going to get the restrictions on focused use, but I think that's a bit of a red herring, personally. Our fire department does a fantastic job with the tools that they have. If we can give them more tools, it's just going to help them make but being able to fundraise for a specific boat at a specific place, that falls within the CRA.
There's a question.
I raised my voice at the end.
Thank you. So
But don't-
the questions, sorry, not to say that to you two now, but Councillor Kent and then Councillor Edwards.
Through you, can you just, for me, just tell me how many boats we have and where they're located now?
That's an excellent question. So although we own 2 on the lower, so we have one located at Queen's Walk in Torrance. We have one in Milford Bay. It's in its own boathouse at Baycliff. We have one that's moored
next to the SWS building in the bay that is, I just want to say it's a Cleveland's House Bay. Walls Bay, sorry, thank you, and Stills Bay, which committee helped approve another. So we have 4 of them. But on the Upper Lakes, we actually have access to 4 because there's another 2 that were raised through a very similar process for Seguin. Seguin has one on Upper Joe and one on Upper Rosso. So there's actually 4 there. And on Muskoka, there's another one in Bracebridge that we can call on from Bracebridge Fire through mutual aid. So we look at that because we are partners with all these other agencies. And when we roll on a call in fall time for a fire alarm and rough weather, we always ensure that there's 2 vessels, or we summon our friends to go to their vessel and they do the same for us in case we're on the water so that we can have people ready to go.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you very much. To Mr. McNair, are you planning on raising all the funds for this or looking for a 50-50 split like the township putting into it?
We're still working on specs with Chief Morrell, and the expectation is that we're in the 200 to 250,000 area, and we would raise all of that.
Okay, no, because I know the North Lake Rosso Association got a fireboat for Seguin Township and they raised it. And I guess the next one is to the fire chief. When we're charging out $5.59 an hour and that, do we charge that out if there's a fire? Like we go out to the insurance companies and that, do we?
Thank you.
Through you, sorry, I haven't said that all day, sorry. Through the chair, yes, we do charge that rate out when it is recoverable. So in those circumstances where it is it's a homeowner with a homeowner's insurance policy, we use the indemnification technology through our partner Fire Marquee, and they will pay us that rate for that work that we do at that site. Then second to that, if it's a rescue and there is a determined at-fault person and they are insured as well, we will send them a bill for the same effect. And this has been helpful for committees understanding when you have a spill, because we are getting called more for environmental spills, and those spills are often covered under people's vessel insurance. And we want to recover that those monies because we're often there for a long period of time, helping with the spill mitigation.
Okay,
Supplemental?
So if we didn't give them the $5.50 an hour for going in spring the water on their property, but could we give a reduction if they have a tax receipt that said they did the fire bill, because it may reduce their actual house insurance?
Through you, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. If the question is that, could we give them a reduction in that rate?
That's right. If they had donated to the fire bill.
That's exactly the ask in the
Okay,
request.
I thought that was the rate they were asking, is this to come and spray their property.
Okay. Mr. McNair?
Yeah, if I can make a suggestion. CO Pink has made a comment about the tax deductibility and it being without benefit. If we were to have the $5.59 rate stay as your emergency rate, that's what you're charging when you're at a fire or a spill or whatever. What if there was another category where it's a scheduled non-emergency rate? And that's a different service you're providing. It's a different level of, pre-scheduled non-emergency rate because someone's booked you to come and water their forest or attend their wedding or whatever. And that rate might just by coincidence be half of what your current rate is. And that would apply to everyone, not just the donors.
Okay. So now we're getting into a
I'm
lot
just
of the
making a
details. So I just,
there's a question that's
Yeah.
come up. I'm trying to
Yeah,
come up
no,
with a constructive
I'm
solution to
listening
your
to you.
question.
Yeah.
That gets us to a happier place.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying here. I think I see a few more hands up. It was Councillor Nish. Oh, we have another supplemental? Okay.
Yes. If they were just going to water the bush because there wasn't a fire, could we use that as fire training and therefore reduce the rate? This is my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Morrell?
Through you, that's exactly, these kind of details are exactly why we would come back to council with a report
Yeah.
that wholly looks at all of the options. That's our preference in case, as CAO Pink so delightfully mentioned, and he did mention that earlier, that there are other weird caveats inside the policy today that we need to consider, so that I'd prefer to come back with a report.
Yes.
As it stands right now, we do not have a non-emergency rate because it hadn't been something we had envisioned, but
Okay.
that is an option. Thank you.
So when we get to our further in our agenda, I think what I'm hearing from staff is they would really like the opportunity to come back with a staff report. So with that, I am going to ask if there's more questions because we have Mr. McNair here. Okay, Councillor Nishikawa and then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, through you to the chief. I just wanted to clarify your understanding of how the fireboats came to be that we have now. And that in fact, they were funded by private donations is my question.
Okay, thank you. Chief Moreau?
Through you, Chair, yes, I understand that the majority of our fireboats were all donated in whole or in part by either members of the community and or businesses close to. So I know that in one circumstance, one of the vessels was donated wholly by one donor. And I know in another circumstance that 50% of the vessel's price was donated by a marina, a local marina.
Thank you. Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, and it's a question for Chief Morrell. I'm curious to know one thing. I don't recall you coming here in the last 3 or 4 budget cycles and saying, we need one more boat and it needs to be parked here. Is this how you as the manager of the fire service think we should be deploying the asset? Is this the next step for us, or is this just something we're doing because it's available? I thoroughly appreciate the offer. I just want to make sure that what we're doing falls into your description of what must be done or should be done to provide appropriate protection from fire for the whole township.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, there's a lot of elements to that question that I would love to answer. Let me just start by saying in the consultant reports that this committee has received over the last 3 years, the only ask about water rescue and water-based firefighting was to maintain the current assets that exist today. I agree with that. We have not seen an increasing call volume on the waterways and or incident that would cause us to be concerned about our level of equipment and vessels and the way the support that has come from this council to date. That said, I think the delegate has aptly described a situation that we can all see on TV every day. The wildfire situation in Canada is increasing. The risk is increasing to communities across Canada. I wouldn't say this is the highest priority on my list of things to do. I would ask the attention to be placed back on those documents that committee has received with recommendations and suggestions therein, if they're looking for the best ways to use the community investment. But that would all flush out again in a report that we would be happily able to create if we are so directed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Just a quick question then. With the level of service, given you just brought that comment up, study that we are undertaking, is this the type of thing that would also be contemplated in your staff report? There becomes a timing to all of these things. That's what I'm becoming more mindful of.
Through you, I'm not sure the depth that the level of service study is going to look at our water-based firefighting assets. I don't believe it is in that report in that holistic way. I think it's looking at the larger assets and how we're saving for those things in the future. This is something, again, that we could take back and bring a proper educated report that looks at best practice, where the call volume has occurred, where we've seen call delays, that kind of thing, so that council could take a look at a fair, considered report to make its own decision.
Okay, thank you. I think we've heard that loud and clear now. So that's going to make later on in today's meeting a lot easier. Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. McNair. And we will be having a further conversation on this topic a little bit later today in today's meeting. And then our clerk or somebody else from staff will follow up with
And
you
will
as
that
to
be
next
public
steps.
or should I wait for that or should I
You don't
attend?
need, you don't need to. It will be part of this meeting. But you can't speak to it at that point. What happens is then it's just a conversation that we end up having or a discussion on committee. This was our opportunity to ask questions. So you're welcome to stay, but there's no need for you to stay. So you can go on and enjoy the rest
No
of your
opportunity
day.
for me to provide clarifications.
No, not at this point. But what I'm hearing from staff is there will be subsequent opportunity because staff is planning to come back or is asking or requesting to come back with a report.
Right, and my only concern, the only reason I came here today to speak so clearly on this was to get direction from you to the staff so that as they prepare that report, those two contentious items get addressed with your input as opposed to them just echoing what they've already told me.
Okay, so I think what we've all heard and we've had our chance to ask the questions. And as I said, later in today's conversation or meeting, we will be having a further conversation. So, and at that point, there won't be an opportunity for you to, so as far as your ability to stay, you're welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. I'm going to suggest that we will be having a break for lunch in the middle of my meeting today, which is unusual just because we did have the later start. So it's probably going to be a little bit later into the afternoon. But you also don't need to stay and we will be able to follow up through staff as to the next steps with you. Okay, thank you very much. I am going to suggest, I'm mindful of the time committee, but I would like to have we have one more invited presentation. And then after that presentation, I think Mayor Kelly and I will have just a quick conversation about the timing for lunch, because I want to make sure that all of us, including staff, have an opportunity to have lunch. Okay, so what I would suggest, I'm just understanding that in fact, staff are going to be coming up and doing the presentation today and that our consultant doesn't actually have a presentation. So that's helpful to know. Thank you. So maybe I can ask Director Colucci to please come up and walk us through the report, but the consultant is available for questions if we do have any. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So the report before you is the asset level of service study public engagement. So the draft survey is included in Appendix 1, and I'm here to present on what we're going to do for community engagement going forward. So the first part of a community engagement will be the survey, which is ready to be posted after this meeting. And it will be posted on Engage Muskoka and also sent out by email to the groups that we have email addresses for. In order to increase the public engagement, staff and the consultant have discussed different ways to do that. So the next thing we want to do is have an in-person public workshop, and that will be held here on September 24th at 6 p.m. In addition to the public workshop, which will be held in a hybrid format, which will allow engagement for a further audience. We'll also be attending the Bala Cranberry Festival, October 18th to 20th. And staff will have a presence at a booth there. As I understand, the fire department will also be there with a booth. And at that booth, we'll have some information, and also we'll be able to direct people to the public survey on the website. This additional public engagement is going to delay the actual presentation of the final report to committee probably till early 2025, just because we're adding about a month onto the whole presentation program. And as for budget, we do have some additional budget in the capital budget forecast because the consultant's fees were a little bit less than what was planned for the entire project. So the public engagement shouldn't add to the budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Not so much to the presenter, but perhaps to our clerk. I am getting inundated with people saying, when is budget? And I don't know anything about the budget. And yet we have repeatedly gone out with Facebook communications saying, contribute to the budget, here's how. I'm wondering if we can really pound, for example, this, with increased frequency to the public so that, we can look at them in the eye and say, you were, over a period of time. They always decry this whole thing about, I didn't have any notice. I didn't know you guys wanted input, blah, blah, blah. I just think that we should be more forward thinking in terms of that. And that's not a question, that's a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yes, I think you should respond. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, and thank you for the comment. We have been working with the director in terms of communication. Absolutely understand and hear loud and clear that we need to push this out, and we're actually looking at all of you around this table to help us with that.
Yeah.
So you are the representatives for your area, so we're hopeful that you're going to look at all of the information coming out that we're going to be sending out, because there will be lots of it, and that you're going to be pushing it out to your constituents as well. So this is definitely going to be a team approach, and we're looking at all of you to help us with that as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Edwards?
Yes, the way I am looking at the survey, does each individual fill this out, or can a family fill it out? Because the way it's read, it's each one, because I am under 18, I am this and that. Could it be filled out as a family? Have we thought of that? That's one thing. Second thing, I think we should have paper copies in all the community centers, that the people that aren't on the internet and that can use them, put them in the libraries and everything else like that, the arenas. And then also get the where they live in that, and then what ward they're in and everything else like that. It would give us more information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Director Colucci, do you want to respond, or?
No, I mean, we'll take this information and, we can adjust that. I guess the family idea, that's a great idea. We could say, do you represent, multiple individuals? So we could add that checkbox.
Thank you. And I think I also heard the importance almost from the last two is being able to engage with community members who may not be online and looking for information that way, which I think the approach is contemplating by being out in some of the community events, but some other interesting ideas. I feel like I saw another hand up here. Councillor Roberts, Councillor McIntyre.
I've had my mic on the whole time. Good thing I've kept my mouth shut. Okay. Just a thought came up off of Councillor Edwards is Mr. Moore is convening this month a hall board chair meeting. I think these are the leaders of each community. And I think it'd be appropriate time for yourself or to give Mr. Moore the documentation so they can sort of introduce what's happening, because these are all the hall board chairs. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we already thought of that, for sure, yes.
That's fantastic. Councillor McIntyre and then Councillor Nishikawa.
I just want to confirm this train of thought that's going on, because that's the one comment that I did get from constituents, which is, can we please do something that is not completely online for people who don't operate in that way?
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to clarify, and you may be able to do this. We are talking about money for Bala.
Right now? No, we're talking about the survey for the.
I know,
Okay.
but I'm just saying, it's all part of requesting all of this. I just find that they're both tied together, that the last two things that we're talking about. And so I wanted to confirm that because I'd heard something else.
I think this one is the broader across the township.
Okay.
Yeah, the asset management survey going out, but I think the other one we're talking is going to be a little bit later on.
It's also, so the asset management was for me.
Okay.
There was a couple of things in there that specifically, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, Councillor Burry.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, this is more potentially strategic. Surveys are very effective tools and also extremely dangerous weapons. And they can, create bias and again, unintended consequences. And I'm wondering how much help we've had in making sure that this is getting us the information that we really need to be able to make the decisions, as opposed to asking questions.
That's a fantastic question. It was one I had as well, so that saves me mine. How will this, well, I'll let you respond.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, the consultant does have a communication team. So we pared it down. They had about 150 questions. So, to get all the information, we pared it down to what we have here. And, that's been vetted through the leadership team and also communications here. So, we think that, the questions that we're asking, we will get all the information we need. And, all the questions, a lot of the questions will have some open-ended answering fields, so that, if there are other information that's not actually covered, under the checklist, then, they can have an open-ended thing. A lot of times the open-ended answers give you a lot of insight on what the community is looking for, right? So, you might have an answer, we need another fireboat in Lake Muskoka, right? So that, that could give us an idea of how many people are looking for that type of asset to be added.
Thank you. So, okay, you want to do this?
Thank you. So my concern is bias. Surveys can be biased to get the answers that one wants. And I think what we want to make sure is that we're having an unbiased way of gathering information so that we can actually make the right kinds of decisions.
Thank you. So I think the consultant is probably also listening to this to make sure that the language being used and how we ask these questions.
Yeah, and I think through you, Madam Chair, we did look at a lot of the questions. We did, try to make sure that they're not biased and they're in alphabetical order instead of a biased ordering and reverse alphabetical order. So all those things have been accounted for in preparing the survey.
Thank you. Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, and I just want to echo Councilor Burry's concern about bias. But even, or as concerning for me, is the expectation we're setting when we ask the questions. What are we leaving an impression that people are ultimately, we're just going to count heads and say we're going this way because it was 9 to 5. We have to be very clear, and we have to understand that among this group and among the entire organization that might interface with our constituents. What is this tool? What do we do with the information that we get back? And I don't want to create an environment where people have the expectation that it's kind of a ballot.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let you respond.
Right. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
So, again, the public engagement is one part of this project, right? So we're also engaging with outside agencies to get their input. We're engaging with staff, and we're looking at legislative requirements and our existing levels of service. So all those things will be melded together to come up with a proposed level of service. And that's what we're going to bring back, to the committee in the future. And, again, that's what we're looking at. So yes, you might have, one person asking for increased level of service. You might have another person saying, I think we do too much service, right? So, when we're getting all the information, we have to look at that and meld it all into a proposal.
Thank you. There's a lot of hands up, including CAO Pink. So I'm going to let him ask him to speak, not let him ask you to speak.
Thank you for that indulgence, and through you, just very quickly, I think some excellent questions, Councillor Burry and your worship, and I think staff is attuned to it. There certainly is a science to surveys. I wouldn't say we're necessarily experts, but the consultant team, as I said, we've pared down 150 questions. I don't believe they are leading questions. They are fairly open-ended and provide a variety of responses. And also, just to the last point, I think they're in the introduction. I'm certainly also not a proponent of planning or governing by poll, and I don't think the introduction implies as if majority will rule or win. It certainly paints a picture that this will help council be better informed, gain insight into what the community is thinking, their visions, their concerns, the opportunities. And I hope that's why you see in the report an emphasis on more information to the community up front, so they're better informed of what they're filling in. And then in so doing, hopefully, again, council's better informed of the results of this survey. But I don't think staff's intention is to come back and say it was 10-9. And therefore, this is the direction we're going. I hope it just is another step in this process to better inform your decision making.
Thank you. Now, I did see other hands up at this point. Councillor Roberts, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and probably through to the clerk. I've just pulled up Engage Muskoka Lakes, and I'm noticing it's down to 6 items. And that's not what my question, but I'm just saying, I do not see the service level review on the Engage Muskoka. So that's usually where I try to push anyone who has a question on a service, go there and look. And the other one I've just noticed when I'm speaking is the fire service study. Or anything to do with it, that whole thing is not there. So anyways, it's just, so my point would be, I think we should, if it's not there, the service level review should be here, so I can point people or constituents to that page.
And through you, Madam Chair. So it's ready to go, and after we get all the input from committee,
okay,
we'll adjust the survey as necessary, and then it'll be posted live after that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to the director. I'm not sure if I saw this clear. The bigger questions that I've received about our roads over the last 2 years are the basically the difference between the Surrey Sleer, you that one, and paving, and because we have made differences than what were there in the past, and we have not informed people about that. And I'm wondering how that could come out, like, if that, even that basic question, do you prefer this or that? But in fact, I think there needs to be a better explanation of what this and that is. And because that it comes up constantly now with whether I'm at Walker's Point or Torrance or Bala kind of thing. So is that something that can be adjusted somehow?
So through you, Madam Chair. So we have received some questions about the paving. It's not really related to the level of service study, but it's more related to the asset management, right? So, what's happened is there has been a criteria at a certain traffic volume, a road will be paved, right, with hot mix asphalt, and at a lower traffic volume, instead of paving, it's double surface treated. And then an even lower traffic volume, it'll remain gravel. So that's sort of been outlined in our asset management plan and in our road needs study. So, and we understand that those questions did come in. So we're actually working from a staff level to update the website a bit, just to identify the differences and where those different levels happen, so that, when we're doing capital planning, in our capital plan, that road was shown as being double surface treatment, but the fact that it wasn't communicated, as to what it looks like, that's the other question. And, when we do double surface treatment, we also do a slurry seal the following year. So once those roads are slurry sealed, there'll be a very minimal difference between what a hot mix road looks like and what a surface treated road looks like.
Okay. Supplement.
So thank you. I'm not here to debate whether one's better or not, but the reason why I was tying the two together, it's not just an asset, it is a service level, because the quality of the road is different now. And especially leading to some of these areas where there is a huge amount of tax base, huge amounts of taxes that are being paid. And so I don't know how we tie the two together, but I think they need to be, because if again, an asset, if one plan is saying this and another plan, like, I don't get where the public gets to have a voice is my bigger concern.
Okay. Councillor Zavitz?
To that point, I mean, we've had a lot of, we've been fortunate to have a lot of new road, I want to call them upgrades, but at least, resurfacing in Torrance, a number of roads. And I think to what the councillor may be referring to, but I don't know from my own experience, it is very confusing to the public, but I think that's another, is that almost a budget type discussion in Public Works when we get to that in terms of alternatives for road surfacing, because it's time and the perception that they're receiving a service decrease when it was once paved and now it's slurry sealed 8 months later. It's an issue.
CAO Pink?
Thank you. Through you, I think, and Director Clucci, feel free to correct me, but my understanding is I think what we're talking about are the questions will be answered later in this process. Those are levels of service as to what state you want those roads paved to based on a number of criteria, obviously traffic volume being one of them. What we're looking for now is just the input on more of a higher level. Are roads more important to you, or community centers, or arenas, or trails, et cetera? Should you find that a lot of your feedback from this engagement implies that the quality of road paving is of very high importance, then that'll be informative to you when you later in this study set the level of service on your roads. And it may change those current, the asset management plan as a result. So I think, again, those questions will be discussed later in this process.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I have two very small, like within the actual survey. I had a very detailed constituent follow up and ask about question number 3. What happens if you've lived here between 10 and 15 years? So just a little gap on the number of years. Small detail, but I did want to make sure that I appreciated their attention to detail. The second question, a little bit with this too, is I've seen this a variety of words or descriptors for a wellness center, health facilities, and I think it's important that we're very specific about what we're talking about. So I wasn't, like, if I look at under our current assets, under recreation and sport facilities, we have a wellness center. In my mind, I was trying to figure out what that was. And then under fire and local health services, we have fire halls, but what we don't have is our health hub. And then later on in the survey, we talk about, I think it's health facilities. So I just think being consistent and being specific, because a lot of people don't even know we really have a health hub. So I think we should be specific about what we're talking about and consistent. Are there any other questions or comments, details? No? Thank you. And thank you very much to the consultant. We look forward to having this on engagemuskokalakes.ca. Thank you. So committee, it is 12:20. I'm mindful, we've been at this for close to 2 hours, so I would naturally be probably taking a break at this point anyways. It is lunchtime. I consulted with Mayor Kelly, and I think maybe we just have a bit of a shortened lunch today, if I could, and say we could be back here just after 1. So, or 1. Okay, let's do it. 1 o'clock. That gives us a 40-minute lunch break, and then we will come back and we will continue on my agenda. Well, thank you. So I think that, so we will be back for 1 o'clock for lunch.
So that's double the amount of time you get for lunch.
Testing, testing.
Committee, we are going to be resuming now with items 10A. I'd like to welcome Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. Today's first report is just a review of the 2024 swimming program. As you will recall, we run the swimming program during the months of July and August at our Hannah and Jaspin Park beaches. Some of the highlights in the report: new this year, we offered evening swimming lessons from 4 to 6, which was very well received from those that participated. The numbers weren't tremendous by any means, but I do anticipate that they'll become more popular as more people know that they're available, etc. Because it does offer an opportunity for those that can't make it during the day or early in the mornings. In terms of registrations, we saw for a second year in a row that the numbers were down and decreasing. Additionally, we also had an increase in swimming advisories this year, particularly Hannah Park. It was really bad. And it started earlier as well too, in the middle of June, which we haven't seen before. The first week of swimming lessons, we actually had to find alternatives from both Hannah and Jaspen, which was a difficult way to start the program. But nonetheless, our lead swim instructor did great in managing it all and communicating with all the participants on beach changes, etc. And a good year for her, and yeah, job well done. With that, Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And there isn't a resolution committee, so questions or comments are welcome. Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, through you. Do we know why Jaspen Park was so toxic this summer, or do we know what all of this is about?
It's every.
Okay, so it's just time to move it from Jaspen Park anyway.
Not Jaspen.
Or
Like
sorry, no,
Hannah.
Hannah Park.
Yes, if I may, through you, Chair. Hannah Park is definitely, we've seen more swim advisories. Jaspen Park over the last 2 years has actually been pretty good.
Okay.
2023, we didn't have any there, and we only had one there this year. But they are popular not only across our municipality, but all the surrounding municipalities too. It just seems to be a growing trend. Hannah Park in particularly, yes, has had a couple years where it's been really challenging. Committee will note in the report, in the alternative section, we did identify, we could look at moving just to Bay Cliff permanently. We spent majority of this year there anyways, and the feedback from those participating was fine, no issues, concerns. I think majority of our participants actually come from that direction, Bracebridge, Milford Bay anyway. So I know the feedback I got from our lead swim instructor was she would encourage the move there permanently. It would make a lot of things about the program easier with fewer beach changes, etc. Not as many concerns about the water quality. So could be something, if committee would like, staff would be more than happy to implement for 2025.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to Corey. I'm hearing a lot of people have concerns, the public have concerns about the geese, that goose problem. I'm wondering, perhaps not to you or to you, the fact that we have a goose remediation program that we've baked into our budget. Could one of you speak to that scenario in terms of its effectiveness and or impacts, or the bang for the buck, if you will? I mean, we're spending quite a bit of money on that, are we not?
Mr. Moore?
Yes, if I may, through you, Chair. Yes, a couple years ago, committee will recall we implemented the goose services and added that to the operating budget. We continue that contract annually, and they come to Windermere Beach, Hannah Park Beach, and Jaspen Park Beach every morning with the dogs and do a cleanup. And that happens 7 days a week from May through to September. Additionally, that doesn't cover all our other parks, though, that we still have a lot of goose concerns regarding. This summer, we did eventually dedicate a staff person to helping with that and just specifically helping the cleanup, etc. And we do find that does help. And it's our intention next year to begin that and have that dedicated staff member starting the same time as the other goose services, so that we're kind of hitting it two ways. We also did actually test a couple pilot items this year. We purchased one of, it's a light that you can install in the ground that's solar powered. We also tested some decoys in different areas. Unfortunately, they don't seem like we're getting a lot of traction with them. So I think it was still worthwhile trying it and seeing if those would work. It doesn't look like they're doing a ton, But I think the comments we get from the public is they certainly do appreciate them being cleaned daily, et cetera. And that will go a little ways into helping with the water quality as well too, because then there's less runoff, et cetera. So.
Sorry, I have a question I'm asking myself, but I'm just realizing I need to ask. Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, not through the chair. How many people went to the, was it 4 to 6 o'clock one? And the second question is, did anybody ask for it to be later? Because a lot of people can't get their kids there and they're just getting home from work. And that, I just wondered if anybody that asked. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, we had about 8 participants each session in each community during those evening lessons. We didn't have any questions or concerns about the timing of it. So I don't know if there's a huge need for later than that. Particularly later in the season, it does start to get cooler earlier and darker. And I think there's less interest in jumping in the water then, but it's certainly something we could explore if the demand and that shows it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Just now a practical question. I didn't hear you mention Bay Cliff Beach as being one of those where the dogs and the crew go. I'm now just curious, and you may not have this answer right off the bat, but what is different about the conditions of that area to the others that doesn't seem to be attracting the geese at the same level of need for service? So
yes, it becomes challenging to pick which ones. I think some of our information we get is that those are definitely the 3 kind of busiest and where we have the most geese activity. Working with the contractor, the goose control services, those are the ones that she recommends get the most attention. So that's how we kind of went about that for this year. Yeah.
okay, thank you. Okay, committee, are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. We move on to Port and
Sorry,
Bloom.
just through you, Chair, clarity, Bay Cliff, is that something we would like to pursue for next year? Switch from Hannah?
Well, I'm not, sorry, the lessons, not the
Yes,
goose
yeah.
control. Okay, sorry, I thought you were asking me about the
Sorry.
goose. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not a.
Put me on the
position-
spot.
Yeah, so I should ask that question. Like, I think I'm guessing after this question, are people interested in moving the lessons based upon staff's suggestion here to move to Bay Cliff? Okay. I do, just before I get to you, I think Councillor Nishikawa had her hand up and then Councillor Bosenworth.
Well, through you, I would agree that if staff recommend a change, let's give it a try for a year anyhow, just for a year.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bosenworth?
I was just gonna say that if, I think we just leave it up to staff.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 10B, Port and Bloom.
Yes, we received a notification from the chair of the Port and Bloom group that after many years of service, she is retiring from the role. Very well deserved. She has put in a lot of effort over the years, and I think we can all agree they do a great job. Additionally, they are certainly seeing their numbers dwindle a bit, the demographic of the group getting older. They advise staff that they, at the current time, don't have anyone willing to take over those duties. And they find that right now it's very difficult for them to keep up with all the garden maintenance. So with that, as a first step, staff recommend that we go out to the public just for a call for members to see if there's anyone else out there interested, maybe isn't aware that the group exists, etc. And then from there, we can report back to committee on whether we were successful or we need to maybe begin looking at an alternative solution. But as a first step, at least reach out to the community and engage interest that way. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so questions. I do have a resolution. So would you like me to read the resolution? Then we can do questions and comments at the same time? Okay. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that committee directs staff to issue a call for members for the Port and Bloom Community Group as outlined in staff report PW 2024-041. And that staff report back with a recommended path forward should there be no volunteers interested in joining the Port and Bloom Community Group. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm through you to Corey. I would like to request that this gets expanded to Bala as well. I've heard the same concerns every spring that it's getting more challenging. So again, it's the same age group, I guess, more or less that and so I just put the call out for both, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Burry.
Maybe we could be progressive and not single out one community over another, and we could do, you know, blooms in the township.
I will allow, I think I will ask staff. Mr. Moore?
Yes, if I may, through you, Chair, I think staff certainly intended to connect with all the Bloom groups that we have, just to get feedback from them as well through this process. The Bloom groups themselves do operate independently on their own, so I don't know if we want to take the initiative for us, you know, Bala and Bloom, for instance, but I can certainly reach out to them, and if they're willing to participate, then we certainly can. I just don't want to speak on their behalf before reaching out and connecting. So,
thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. You know, it's really funny. I was reading the actual agenda the other day and I drove through Port Carling. There must have been 8 to 10 people standing at the boxes, taking pictures and everything else like that. It's a benefit. If our community improvement plan, I would rather see money go towards something like that than say somebody's furnace in their store or something like that. It's everybody sees it. And I think we should maybe, if we're putting out, see if there's volunteers for other areas. I know there's a planner in Windermere that the Lions put in 1967. And there's a few other things that they could do if we could get volunteers or hire staff to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Edwards and I have separated, so it'd be easier, but specifically for Chair Bosenworth. But anyways, I get off subject here. I would like to throw Milford Bay into that because the ladies and the men there have been taking care of the township gardens that are there. There's as in Windermere, we have with the volunteers built a nice large garden that is where the fire sign is. I'm talking with volunteers, talking about the fire people. So we would like to really refresh that, and it would be, you know, all free labor if Township and Blooms would help pay for the plants. So I would like to add that to it for. I'm sure I can find planters.
Sorry, I'm through you to maybe Councillor Roberts without being upsetting. I'm a little confused because I could put my hand up. We got a gardening problem at the Torrance Community Center as well. Maybe Walker's Point does too, but I was thinking that would be separate because we have our meeting coming up. Because it is a community center situation as opposed to the communities in Bloom that just go out throughout all of Port Carling and Bala. Like on our budget list, could you reiterate, Corey, what I'm trying to say? Thank you.
If I may, through you, Chair, we do have an annual all board chair meeting coming up. As we know, in the operating budget, each community center does have budget lines for certain items. And perhaps that is a good discussion topic as part of this process, is maybe there's a line item in there for the hall boards to utilize to help beautify those properties. keeping separate from the Port and Bloom groups that, you know, take care of the township properties throughout the urban centers, and the hanging flower baskets, boxes, etc. So I think you can leave that with staff, and we can certainly connect with the groups at our chair meeting.
Thank you. So just for my own clarification, do you feel like we need to? Or are you satisfied with the resolutions that we submitted and understand that you want to better reach out to the ballot? Would you like me to change the resolution?
If I may, through you, Chair, I don't think we need to. I think the Bala and Bloom group, from my discussions with them, I know it's difficult and challenging, but they do still have a fairly good base, and I know they're very passionate, and I'd like to touch base and maybe meet with them individually as a group first as part of this process, just to get their thoughts and feedback as well too.
Thank you, and through you to Corey. You know, I do know that the Bala and Bloom is a very robust group of volunteers. And in your report, I do think it's very important that we include them in the discussion and, you know, test those waters, talk to them.
Yep.
So I'm all about that. But I think it would be folly to indicate here in the public forum that Bala is in the same situation as Port Carling as it relates to In Bloom.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I've read this resolution. I feel like I'm hearing from staff that they've heard the discussion around the table. And you'll come back if there's a further request.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So I've read the resolution. I will now call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That carries. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Moving on to our Economic Development Officer. Mr. Cox, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. So my first report this afternoon regards the funds that are currently held in reserve from the temporary lease of township lands to Swift River Energy Limited during the construction of the Bala generating station. Committee will recall the discussion at their August meeting where staff were directed to investigate the current status of these funds and report back to committee on the status and potential next steps for use of the funds. So as outlined in the report that's before you, since the lease was initially terminated in 2020, the township has held approximately $192,000 in reserve from this lease. Council has never passed a formal resolution regarding the use of these funds, and to date they have not been allocated to any specific project. As directed, staff have identified 4 potential options for the use of these funds and are seeking committee's direction on which, if any, option should be pursued. I will note, as again is noted in the report, that these options that are presented to you today are not exhaustive, and council does have discretion to direct staff to look into other courses should that be the desire. The full description of the fund's history and the options identified by staff can be found in my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any clarification that committee may be looking for at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee questions. Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Nishikawa, and I think I saw some.
Thank you, and through you. Again, I know that Mr. Poa, the Moon River property folks sent in a letter. Hopefully people have had a chance to read that. I would certainly be in support of their positioning regarding option number 4. I don't think there's any other way to go on this thing personally than
Is there
to
a
go out.
question? I just want to make sure, because I haven't read the resolution yet. I just want to make sure we're doing questions. I did this a bit last time.
Well, I don't have a question. I can't make your questions out of
Okay.
that, so it's a little politicking.
So Nishikawa. Councillor Nishikawa.
Through you to Jane. I was just curious about that $5,000 for the Cranberry Festival that's listed in the report. If we know that it actually ever went to the Cranberry Festival.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will perhaps look to Director Donaldson to correct me if I have the details wrong. But my understanding is that $5,000 was a fee that was paid to the township for use of the parking lot during the Cranberry Festival, and that was a condition that was stipulated in the lease. If they were to use it during those times, additional recompense needed to be provided to the township. So my understanding is that that $5,000 is part of the broader 192,000 that is held in reserve.
Sorry, I
Supplemental?
just need to clarification. So it's not for the Cranberry Festival?
Through you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that this was a fee that was paid to the township for use of the parking lot during the Cranberry Festival in 2019. There are stipulations that were built into the original lease that if construction ran over the initial period that was specified, and if the infrastructure was not available to public use during the events of the Cranberry Festival specifically, then the Swift River Energy was required to provide additional recompense to a township.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, through you to Mark. I guess I'm switching up, but I'm just very aware that the Cranberry Festival has dismal years. And how do we get this money? It's very separate to me. How do we get this money to that particular board, who of course gives the money away to the public in the same process? So,
Director Donaldson.
So through you, Chair. So I think I would need to go back and just review the documentation that was before my time. So I really don't have firsthand knowledge of that. So I just want to make sure that we've accounted for it as in accordance with whatever documentation may exist. And if that money was to be directed to the Cranberry Festival instead of being put into this fund, then we can certainly make that correction. But I just want to make sure we've got our details correct. So
thank you.
the other question I would have for even yourself or James, I had hoped reading this report that we weren't having to choose one of the ones issued, but could I ask, are we open to ideas from the public coming forward? Noting that this was just out to the public in the last number of days. Because we have heard many asks over the years about Bala Falls Road and you know, championing our music festival type involvement, all of that. So, and I know there's some really great people out there that could participate, but I wanted to have an understanding if, rather than getting these people all excited in things, and their time is very valuable, that I want to know that we're open to possibilities.
So I think with that question, I mean, I think everything's on the table right now as laid out in the report. So why don't I read the resolution, and then we can have, if it's a question of comments at that time. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz, whereas committee has expressed a desire to begin utilizing the funds held in reserve from the 2016 to 2020 lease of township lands to Swift River Energy Limited for community projects in Bala. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to implement option blank as outlined in report CED-2024-07. And I think this is a new approach that staff has given us 4 different options, of which community consultation is one. We will fill in that blank ideally today to give staff some direction as to how to proceed as a next step in this. This is a positive thing. We're finally going to do something with monies available to us in a very thoughtful way for the community of Bala. So let's make sure we just kind of chart that and give our staff appropriate directions. So with that, I will open it up for questions, comments. Mayor Kelly, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I'm one jump behind. I'm reading in here that there was no resolution regarding the use of these funds was ever made by council. I'm also, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, funds are not allocated to a specific project. Somewhere in the documentation, is it accurate to say that the funds were specifically dedicated to a region or to a town of Bala? Or are these just general funds that came in that we've earmarked for Bala, but there's nothing really to tie back to to specifically direct that. I wasn't here. I don't know how we got here. And I'm just trying to fill in that blank.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. So myself and our clerk's department have gone through the records, and we have not found any formal resolution allocating that the funds be directed to a specific project, or that any stipulation was put on the allocation of these funds. As is noted in the report, committee and council have discretion as to how they wish to direct this. Now, my understanding in preparing this report, and the understanding that I came to speaking to people whom were involved in the discussions at the time, indicated that there is a, I think, tacit understanding that these funds were to be allocated to projects in the Bala area. That is not confirmed by a formal resolution, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So to the mayor's point, we were here. You were involved. I know I sat right over there. In the previous set of council, the mayor, the CAO, and the Director of Public Works all acknowledged a number of times. If my computer hadn't died, I would be able to show you those emails. So I'm sure those emails are on different Blackberries within the township. There was always a commitment by the SLT, the mayor and the SLT, that these funds would be earmarked for Bala. So I mean, in that regard, great question. And how did we get here? But that is always the perception of the public, and it's certainly the perception that I've carried. I have some information, but I don't have it all. But I can tell you that if that was required, we could find that information out. I think we've gone way beyond that to selecting, how do the monies get used in a particular area or not? And if it's an issue, then we should make it an issue and set about resolving it. I would only say, in my selection of number 4, in terms of going to the public, what I would not want to see us do is hire a consultant to help us spend $192,000. I think we could do this in a survey, a study ourselves, seeking input from the people and take it from there.
Okay, so with that thought, just I see you, Councillor Edwards, just give me one moment. Mr. Cox, just for clarification, was your thought that we would need to hire a consultant if we were to choose option 4?
No, Madam Chair. My thinking in putting together the report and developing the options is that the consultation would be facilitated in-house.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards?
Okay, I was on council at that time, and the money that Swift River were offering was for Bala, and that it was stated umpteen times. It may not be in writing, but it was at that time. I would support option 4, let the community pick it. I do remember the $5,000 for the parking, because what they were doing is they were storing their equipment in the parking lot, and it was the rent that was to go into that fund. And that was what it was for. So I would support option 4, which is the consulting with the community. Thank you.
Okay, so committee, are there any other questions or comments? Mary, Councillor McIntyre.
Just to follow up, I agree. I think it should be up to the community to decide what happens to it.
Okay, so with that thought, if we it's feeling like we're probably landing on option number 4, how do we, is it helpful to you, Mr. Cox, if committee has a further discussion just to understand some guidelines or guardrails or whatever boundaries, criteria to help shape a conversation? Like, this is intended to be a positive thing. The community has the potential to be bringing up a lot of old emotions. Is it helpful for you if we have a bit further of a conversation to discuss how?
Yes, Madam Chair, that having some criteria or parameters that would help us focus the consultation would certainly be helpful. Similar to the discussion that happened before lunchtime when we were speaking about the level of service study and the engagement associated with that. We know that doing surveys and doing in-person engagement, if we want to get usable and concrete results that we can take action on and accurately reflect the desires of the community, having some guidance that we can structure our questions around would be very helpful. So if there was any way in which council could provide some direction to staff on the types of initiatives that should be consulted on or considered. So are we looking at capital projects? Are we looking at rehabilitation of existing infrastructure? Are we looking at doing enhancements to community grants and supporting community organizations? If there was any consensus around that, that would be helpful information to have to help ensure that the consultation is as focused as possible.
Okay, so Mayor Kelly, then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, and through you, and I fully support this. I just want to make sure we do this in a way that is beyond reproach. You are absolutely correct. I think, Mr. Cox, when you suggest that we have the discretion to make the decision in any particular direction that we want, this is the right direction. The only other thing I think we need to add to the criteria for the community engagement is who is the community? Is it something defined by postal code? Is it something defined by proximity to the dam? I don't know what it is, but we should know what it is before we start soliciting.
Okay. Councillor Nishikawa.
Interesting, if I may, through you to the mayor, that was also a conversation. It was Ward A that was really impacted in every direction, quite frankly. So, you know, whether you were trying to go to Bala to buy lumber or just go to work, you know, kind of thing. So I don't want to think that, you know, but I will also suggest that communities like Torrance or Walker's Point want to help out their community, but they're not wanting to put their finger in the pie. I'm just sticking, like I'm saying, that they're not going to be looking to doing something in their community based on what happened to the folks in Bala, is what I'm saying. But it was a Ward A general. My direction I would like to go in through you is I almost want people to come forward with ideas of what they like, proposals. And I don't know how you put a proposal request together without it becoming a getting into contract negotiations or any of that kind of stuff. So for instance, if a group of people, whether it's a company or whatever, said, you know, we can build this in your area. I'd like to hear from those people, like whatever that looks like, somebody with some great imagination. Years ago, we used to talk a lot about how do we bring a steamship into the bay? Like all of those kind of conversations took place for a long time. And it's interesting, you might actually get some of those comments if you put it out in that way, you know, to these bigger thought processes, I guess. So.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, to Councillor Nishikawa's point, time is on our side. This is one of the few issues that comes in front of us that we have the luxury of time, and we have a luxury of actually being contemplative and thinking long and hard about this and doing the right thing. I think it's interesting that, you know, Highway 169 courses through Bala, Lake Muskoka on one side, the Moon River on the other, where we just spent $192,000 on the Moon River. It sort of alienates, you know, the Lake Muskoka people, vice versa. So I see this being a very general sort of solution. I don't see this being something that is a new dock on the Moon River. I don't see this being a new dock in downtown Torrance or Bala. But I do think that we have the luxury of doing it right with a good survey, taking the time it requires, calling the information, and then contemplating that. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Through the chair, would it be possible to have a public meeting on it in ballot at the community center and see what people want as well as the survey? And let's get their input. Thank you.
Mr. Cox.
through you, Madam Chair. I certainly think that we could incorporate something to that effect in any potential consultation plan. And we don't have a full consultation strategy developed because we haven't received the direction of committee at that point, at this point. But I would imagine that there would be some combination of a public survey, along with perhaps an in-person visioning session or something like that to move the discussion along.
Okay, so Councillor Nishikawa?
So I'm just following up on that response. We know that they're going to be in attendance. Public Works is going to be in attendance at the Cranberry Festival. So it could be part of that. But I would also suggest, having done lots of these public meetings, if you don't have the right information there or make some suggestions, it just gets lost on everyone. So there still has to be some form of ideas or thoughts or something before you go to a public meeting. And then then the question goes back to the committee or community. Here's some ideas about what else can you think of, kind of thing. But showing up with nothing, like, I don't want to leave you unarmed, I guess is what I'm suggesting. Thank you.
I think that's where I'm glad that you brought that up. I think that's probably a little bit what we're looking for here is, are there things that immediately we don't want this money to go to? I'm going to try the alternative approach. I think I heard things like rehabbing roads or things like that are maybe a part of our ongoing operating capital upgrades is maybe less a focus here, and that is feeling like we want to have something that's a bit more meaningful and kind of excitement driven with the community. So I don't know if that helps, Mr. Cox. I haven't heard anybody talk yet about the importance of community grants or support to organizations. It's interesting timing on that idea, just given the discussion on the, so perhaps I think what I'm hearing is, or feeling is, that's probably something a bit more physical that could kind of pull people together. And the other thing I think is important, and this is what Mayor Kelly was talking about, is that geography. And I think having the area that was most impacted is clearly that that area is centered around the Precambrian Shield and where the dam went in. So is it safe to say that generally speaking, we'd want to have something kind of in that area from a geography standpoint? Councillor Zabit?
Well, thank you for that, and through you. Well, there's a couple of things. So the park beside the hydro plant is now back in our possession. I believe after the 2 years that Swift River was to remediate, create that, and then hand that off to us. So I believe that's back in our hands. So that has always been Township Muskoka Lakes property, and it can be a beautiful park. I think too, things like the Precambrian Shield parking lot. I mean, that is, quite honestly, it's in the center of our town and it's an eyesore. But then what are you gonna do? Pave it? If you pave that, they'd burn us out. I mean, he wouldn't pave the middle of Bala into a much more viable, functional, attractive sort of, but maybe it's interlocking stone or something. So I think it's a big one. I think it needs the public's thoughts on it. However we build the parameters, I think we need to listen to them first and then distill what they have to say, because I know they have lots to say.
Okay. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. I just see the township on this position as the banker, period. Nothing more. I understand that the money was for Bella. So I think that Mr. Cox, the same as they did up in Windermere. You were up there with a group of people, enthusiastic people that had a really great facilitator. I don't know where he came from, but he had the crowd, and there's about, I don't know, 50 people, and they went around. It was well organized with, groups talking about different themes, and they came out of there with a plan. So the more we can stay out of it and let the Bala community decide, because they were the one, Bala community, the whole darn ward BA, if you want to get them there, but they're the ones that were impacted. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McIntyre?
Here's a left field idea. Perhaps it would be advantageous for our director to talk to the Ward A councillors.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of us know, at least the people or whatever, it's a starting point.
That sounds good. Mr. Cox, did you? You're just absorbing at this point. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. Following up on that, because it's exactly what I was thinking, but in fact, we had discussed a few years ago having a hall, like a town meeting anyhow. Maybe we could just have a town meeting, the three of us with the community, and start it out with that before staff get involved. Because sometimes people come with ugliness that staff don't need to be part of. And all I'm saying is that could be our first step, is just basically having a meeting at the community center, filtering it out and asking people to come forward with ideas. No.
So-
That's not allowed.
So, Mr. Cox, having read this, I think there's a strong feeling of let's crawl, walk, run here. Let's make sure we take our time to listen to our ward councillors, the community, in a guided way. If I put option 4, and now you've heard that there's maybe some other steps to go into it, would that satisfy you today?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is helpful. We can, if committee selects option 4, as it sounds like they will, we can develop a consultation plan that takes into account consultations with the ward councillors, consultations with the public, in-person consultations, and then chart a way forward from that.
Thank you. So committee, I have read the resolution. Would you like me to read it again, or do you feel I need to? Getting any sense that, okay, so I've read the resolution. I've put in here, now therefore be resolved that staff be directed to implement option number 4 as outlined in report CED-2024-017. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you, that carries. Thank you, Mr. Cox. And now we are moving on to the chamber, please, item 11B.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of committee. So my second report this afternoon regards the renewal of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Township and the Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce. So this MOU sets the strategic division of roles and responsibilities between the Township and Chamber and specifies areas of common interest related to business development, economic development, and community development, where the two parties have common interest and will work together. The MOU is implemented through the joint creation of an annual work plan that specifies which specific activities will be undertaken to further these common goals each year. And that work plan in turn forms the basis of the annual operating grant request that is submitted to the Township from the Chamber. As committee will recall, our existing MOU with the Chamber expires at the end of this year. And in March, committee directed staff to begin the process of updating and renewing the MOU. Staff have worked with the Chamber since this time to jointly develop the revised MOU that is before you today for consideration. The primary changes to the MOU, as specified in my report, include a revision of priority areas to allow for more flexibility in service delivery, the removal of event development as a priority area in our agreement with the Chamber, and additional clarity around the development of the annual work plan and communication between the two parties. There's a full summary of the changes to the MOU that is in my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee has at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, I do have a resolution, but I am going to ask first if there are any questions. Okay, I am Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I guess there's just one thought here where I think it mentions that that to support these services, the TML commits to consider an annual operating grant to the MLCC. I wonder if we might remove the word consider. It's my feeling that here we are entering into a contractual agreement of a relationship. I mean, while it's different than the our museum across the road, it's hard, fast, based on assumptions and deliverables. And so to my mind, and I've always, I guess, harped on this for 6 years, how we establish a relationship with an entity who is really our marketing arm, and yet we don't put a number to it. You know, last year was 50,000, the year before was 50,000, then it was 40. So that was a big step up. Is that to presume that in our budget, we're about to consider that this number would be 50, or is it back to 40, or is it 65? And I understand the work plan, but it seems to me that we're asking a group to commit to us, and yet we're not sure. I mean, is it $37,000? I mean, our needs never decrease, they always increase. I don't think the museum's gonna come to us this year and say, hey, listen, we don't need the 40 this year, we'll just take 25. I mean, that's just not the way our world works. So I'm just suggesting here that I think we should be a little more committed in our MOU with the Chamber of Commerce than we seem to be. And that's just a thought from over here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Was the question,
Would we consider taking out the word consider?
okay. I'm not sure. Okay, Mr. Cox?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair. So a couple of points to respond to. So I can confirm that the operating grant request from the Chamber, again, is the same as it was last year for this year. They've submitted that to the Township, and that'll be coming forward through the regular budget process. In terms of the relationship between the MOU and the work plans, the MOU sets the broad overarching strategic directions, and then it's a matter of or it has been in the past, a matter of the Township and the Chamber working together each year to determine how best can be delivered on that. And that in turn fuels the operating grant request. So it's the needs of the amount of the operating grant request tends to be driven by an assessment of the capacity of a chamber on any given year, the needs of the Township, the mandate of the Chamber, what they're hearing from their members. There's a number of factors that are considered as a result of that. Yeah.
Councillor Kent and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Actually, I have a comment. Do I have to
Okay,
read
well, I'm
the
happy to, would you like me to read this and then we can do both?
Read it so I can.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign a memorandum of understanding for the term 2025 to 2028 with the Muskoka Lakes Chamber of Commerce, attached as Appendix 1 to Report CED-2024-018. Okay, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I would just make the comment that I actually like the way that James has approached this, given what I know about the situation of the Chamber. I think there's as much downside in terms of their financial performance as an entity as there is upside. They had a bad year last year. They lost some grants. They had underperformance on some of their enrollment by businesses as participants, which meant that the revenue line was down. So grants and revenue from different businesses. And I would think it's great to be able to go back every year, because I'm not comfortable necessarily with the financial profile the way that it is today. And as James spent some time talking about this morning, they're looking at do things differently. Do we really need an office? Do we really need to have a local, a center for tourism that's actually a hard landscaped place, or can we just do it all online? So they have to reinvent themselves to tailor their business and reduce their expenses to deal with the environment that they're facing. And I think that environment has changed a lot in the last year to 2 years. And I think that it's better to have an annual fee-based discussion. To lock us in at a minimum of 50,000 a year, I don't think is necessarily the right answer. I'd rather see it go down to 40 maybe, but maybe it belongs at 60, depends on what they come back with and how they address the challenges that are in front of them, which is primarily a drop in grants and a reduced number of what do we call it? Membership, reduced membership. They're trying to come up with new membership drives, but I don't know what yet success they've been having. So, did I say
Thank
that properly?
Through you, Madam Chair.
He's been much more, excuse me, sorry, over to you, much more involved in the process. And I think has done a good job of it. So,
Mr. Cox.
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Kent is correct in that the new MOU was created and deliberately positioned to give both partners maximum flexibility in how they deliver their services going forward. The chamber is engaging in a strategic plan process right now. It's the Township is likely going to be looking at updating its economic development strategy reasonably soon. And so as a result of all these factors, it's difficult to predict what the needs of both partners will be going forward. So we've tried to be flexible in putting this together.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Burry.
I'm going to be very quick because I really want to hear it from Guy. I had the same concerns because knowing how Muskoka marketing went, they are no longer in a building. And therefore, but it's interesting because the Chamber of Commerce was not our tourism borough. It became that, but it never should have been our tourism. We pay for that through Muskoka Tourism. But I will say that their membership's going down for a reason. And it's not a responsibility of this council to analyze that or anything else. But it's going down, and that's it. They're still a business. It's still a business model, more or less. And I would expect us moving forward, because I was really hoping when we hired this position that they were going to fill in lots of those voids. So I'm glad to hear that that is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you, I'd just like to commend Mr. Cox for bringing an MOU that does have the flexibility, but most importantly, decouples the key performance indicators and the cash from the memorandum of understanding, so that we actually have an understanding of how we work together, but we have a second and separate decision-making on what the key performance indicators and what we as a council and a corporation are prepared to pay for in those key performance indicators, and seeing them, taken out of this is I think commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? It's more of a comment, not necessarily that we have to focus on today, but it has been an ongoing part of our conversation for the last 5 to 6 years about events in the township and how those get managed. So I think I heard from you that we have an economic development strategy coming down the pipeline. And if they are going to now be backing away, maybe it was never supposed to be part of what they do. We don't have a kind of a group of anything happening as far as events. So
yes, that is correct, Madam Chair. That is something that we will need to be considering, I think, more in a more broad strategic manner as we go forward with this process. Although the chamber has advised that it's not part of their core mandate, so they've asked to step away from that. That's what's reflected in the MOU.
okay, thank you. Okay, I have read the resolution. Not seeing any other hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Great, thank you. That carries. Thank you, Mr. Cox. Okay, we're going to go now into new business, and I'm going to start with one that we didn't, is new completely, and then we'll get into the math. Yes, but then we are also going to talk about, it's a new topic for today, but then we will go back to the delegations from earlier today to discuss. So I'm going to start with the item 13A, which is an in-person attendance at meetings with the procedural bylaw from the District of Muskoka. And I think I will ask the person who brought this forward to start off the conversation, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to, through you, to bring forward what all the other municipalities are doing and have changed over. Even when you read municipal world, basically in-person meetings are being requested. Again, it's the way to get back to regular business. And I just wanted to start the conversation and follow up with how district had dealt with it. I think they had a good, good options available. Thank you.
Okay, so is, by bringing this forward, the primary focus is the in-person versus hybrid, or, okay, that part of the policy? All of it, okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to the clerk. What is our current policy?
Dr. Peroshi?
Thank you, through you. In regards to electronic participation, we don't place any limits on it. So a member of council or committee is able to participate in person or electronically in any hybrid meeting. We do have the possibility, and it's the call of the chair, to hold meetings in person only, which would require everyone to participate in person. That would include the public. And we don't necessarily even have to live stream them. So that gives us options to hold meetings in other locations. And we have the option to have virtual meetings only. So if the weather was going to be really bad, we could hold a meeting 100% virtually. So there's the way that you hold the meetings where we have, and then the attendance at meetings in regards to whether you can participate in person or virtually. Currently, we do not place any restrictions.
Thank you. Supplemental. Is there any word in your position from the provincial government in terms of 444 municipalities and having people go back to that scenario pre-COVID?
Director Peroshi, sir.
Through you, so just for clarification, so prior to COVID, when we were allowed to have electronic, are you thinking them taking that out of the act so that everyone has to be in person? Is that what you're asking? Personally, and through all of the reading that I do that comes down the pipes, I am not getting anything from the province in regards to that. However, each municipality is handling how they want to restrict, not restrict in their own accord, and depending on the municipality, everybody's different. So I could absolutely, I know some of the municipalities what they're doing, but it really is just a case by case basis based on what that municipality wants to do.
Thank you. Yeah, is there any other Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what this is doing here. Are we being asked to consider something different? Are you proposing something different? Councillor Nishikawa, if it was you who put it on, because I'm just not clear on why it's hanging out here.
Well, sorry, through you to the mayor. It is a question. It's a question of, I'm just looking forward to my next 2 years. What does that look like? Are we going to be hybrid for 6 months of the year, or I won't see anybody, or like, what does that look like? It feels odd to me as a counselor to not know what direction we're going in. Period. And like, if we were going to always just stay, okay, we had COVID, now we're just going to stay with all those policies, then somebody should have said, because we haven't had that conversation. So if we're staying with all of the policies that got put in place because of COVID, and now we're out of COVID, and now we see we're even seeing the federal government saying people have to come back to work. It's just how things function. I just want to know where we're going. And if we're not going in that direction, then I will deal with it in a different way. Thank you. That's just me personally.
Well, that's fair. And at least I know now why it's out there. I mean, to my way of thinking, did we not address this issue in the last year, or is it just completely the same as it's been for 4 years?
Thank you.
I don't think, I just don't recall anyone asking for anything different than it presently is. As we sit in a room with everyone here, I'm not sure whether there's a motivation to make things any different. That's primarily my issue.
Director Peroshi.
Through the chair, thank you. I think what you may be recalling is when I brought forward the amendment to the procedural bylaw, and that was to address, again, kind of the meeting types. So we were operating kind of in that hybrid format, but it was really there to address COVID. And then we broke out the in-person, hybrid, and electronic only meetings just to solidify that portion of it. Kind of going back to the attendance portion, that we've just left that as hybrid, and that part hasn't been touched. So it's kind of, there's two parts to the meeting: how it's conducted and the participation in the meeting, and we haven't really addressed the participation in the meeting. So right now it's hybrid. All of our meetings participation are hybrid unless it's an in-person only meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I think it's just wonderful that the option we have. It is in tune with all businesses of the world. My daughter-in-law can work anywhere in the world for a company. My friend has employees in France because they're hybrid meetings. I don't see why we want to change it. We're all here today. Sometimes there's people that can't, and many times they call in and have the ability to participate. If there's bad weather, they have the ability to participate. So unless I can see a real advantage to it, I wouldn't change what we have.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I actually would just supplement, thank you, and through you, that I believe that is the way the world is moving. But if we do want to consider changing it at some point back to be slightly more restrictive, I don't feel that's something you should be doing in the middle of a term. I think it should be done before the next election, so the people who sign on know what they're getting into. I mean, I made a very specific, me talking personally, I made a very specific conversation after conversation with the prior clerk that this is something I could manage, spending 50% of my year in Toronto and sort of 40%, 60-40, whatever the split is exactly. I could manage with those rules. If the rules had been different, I would never have been able to take the job or apply to, run to be a council member. So I think it's something we should consider prior to, if it's something this group wants to considered next summer prior to going into the election year. I don't think it's something you change mid term. Just as an aside.
Thank you, through you. At lunch, I had the pleasure of talking with 3 employees of the Township of Muskoka Lakes over there. I understand that I'm not an employee and I'm an elected official. But the Township of Muskoka Lakes is a corporation that we represent right now and until it changes. We're all following that same basic, I don't want to call it an assumption. We're following a format. And, if there's suggestions to change it, then I certainly would agree with Councillor Kent that we, there should be a particular time. But I know staff work 3 days and take 2 days and work at home. And I just, they just shared that with me. So, that flexibility is, I believe, the way of the world, but I'm not here to change the world. I'm just here to talk about this corporation. And if we're going to change the way the corporation works, then let's have that. If that's what this is, then let's have that discussion. Because that's a bigger discussion than how 10 of us operate. To my mind, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, Councillor Bodenworth?
As someone who also has difficulty getting residency up here in the winter, and we all have health issues occasionally, and there's a heightened awareness about not coming into places when you're sick, but you're still completely functional. I think if we felt a heavy need to put in some restrictions to say you can only do that 3 times a year, fair enough. But I think the flexibility gives us all a far greater chance to be able to be here and be effective as a council, full council. I'm happy with the way it is. I think most people want to be here if they can. And I haven't seen any abuses of the system or haven't seen any impact on our general ability to hold effective meetings, because some members are in virtually attending versus others. I mean, the meetings, sometimes we have glitches because of technology. But other than that, and nobody's discussing about cutting out the public input, which is filled with technological problems. So I would leave it the way it is.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, did you have your hand back up, or?
No, I mostly just I found it interesting that our district can function very well, and they also have the same situations where people are not living up here, and And that's okay. If that's not the direction that this municipality is going in, I accept that because I have seen a significant change, on us as a team. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Us as a team, period.
Okay. So, I thank you though for bringing something forward. I think that's important. We've had a good discussion here today and, I get the general sense from the table and, is that we're satisfied with how it is today, but if we are contemplating a change, timing of that decision-making, we'd be more comfortable even a year from now in anticipation of the next term of council. So, perhaps we could just have that in the back of our heads that if is something that, you know, going into next year, we'd like to have it revisited, we can bring this back for that kind of a discussion. Is that generally correct, folks? Just so I know. Okay, thank you. I'd like to then move on to the discussion from this morning on the Muskoka Lakes Community Fund. There was a couple of members who had recused, and I think I have a draft, but you did not recuse. Okay. Okay. So we had a good presentation this morning, if I can take us back a few hours, by Ms. DeCaro, and she walked us through a possibility for us to consider. She did lay out a path forward, similar to what she saw with Lake of Bays, that if there is interest in us learning a little bit more and understanding how these two possible funds could work together. We have our own internal grant program, and then there's this possibility of something else that the approach they took in Lake of Bays was to work with staff to kind of fine tune how that could work and then come back to council. So there would be a bit of a process to go through. So I just wanted to ask, like staff, I do have kind of a resolution that we've had somewhat crafted up in front of us to say that staff could be directed to review this proposal and present back options for us to have a further discussion on. So I just wanted to kind of get a general nodding heads. I can read the full. Is that fair? Okay. So moved by Councillor Zavitz. Seconded by Councillor Kent. I will read the resolution and then we can talk further. Is that fair? Okay. Whereas committee received a delegation from Lynn DeCaro regarding a Muskoka Lakes Community Fund. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to review the proposal as presented at the meeting and report back on potential collaborative options with the community, Muskoka Community Foundation. So Councillor Roberts, did you want to comment or have a question? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So, let me pull this for you. Can you hear me better if I pull? Well, that's an easy solution. We don't have to invest heavily. Just remind me to pull. Okay, sorry about that. You can hear me now? Okay. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. Is that staff member who will bring back that report, Director Donaldson? Presumably it is.
I will now ask our CAO, who do you believe is coming back with the report?
Thank you. Through you, I suspect it likely will be Director Donaldson, but that might be one that's vetted with some other team members just to make sure there's a number of eyes on it.
Okay. Okay, I've read the resolution. I will now call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. All those opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had another delegation this morning and it was regarding the potential fire boat donation. I think we heard very clearly at that time that staff led by Chief Morrell would love the opportunity to come back with a staff report. So if it's okay, I will read the resolution that's before me and then we can have the questions and comments at that time. So moved by Councillor Burry. Seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Sorry. Whereas committee received a delegation from Sandy McNair regarding the potential donation of a fireboat for Lake Muskoka. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to review the proposal as presented and report back on potential next steps. Is there any further questions or comments or discussion? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fully supportive of the report going back from the fire chief. There were 5 items in there that the delegate had listed. My direction or my comments on that is there was a few caveats that would, I believe, put the township in an awkward position. And I think that the chief maybe should be aware of what those are from the committee, that things that may not be would not be considered.
Okay. Did you want to add your thoughts on?
Well, my thoughts on it, and apologies, my computer just died, so I'm going to have to go by memory. Maybe I can get Chief Ryan to or bring it up. The idea of the one that jumps off right off the bat. Yeah, okay, I can talk to the one. The idea of giving a discount for 20 years for, a discount for 20 years, the donor rate, I would not support. It just, we've had many donations. I think Councillor Nishikawa informed the group that we've had most of all the fireboats have come already with no strings attached. Thank you very much. And so this type of thing is the other one would be number 5, the fireboat will be focused on the availability for its mandate and not be used for the building inspectors and other use. I believe that you got something, Guy?
So
We've asked for staff report, but staff.
okay, hold on.
No,
for
but
a
they
second.
also asked for direction.
So,
Did they not?
so let me just ask this question. I've read the resolution and maybe what I can do to assist. Let's make Chief Morrell, with the direction that we've given you now and the conversation that you've heard thus far, are you satisfied with this direction? And coming back with a report that would give us further opportunity to.
Through you, yeah, yes, I think I understand. I have the list of questions from the counselor, and those will be considered in that report for sure.
Thank you. Okay, so I have now read this resolution. I'm going to ask the question as all those in favor. Thank you. Oops. Sorry. All those opposed? None. Thank you very much. That carries. And I have to.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you. I'm stepping in I'm stepping in for a moment. The chair had to step away for a moment. The next item on the agenda is the District Municipality of Muskoka updates. Are there any questions for what was? I really like the fact that it's all available and put here, and it's transparent and available to everybody. Are there any community events? Alan, you must have one.
Yes. The Windermere Terry Fox Run is on Sunday. Sign in at 8 o'clock. The run starts at 9 o'clock. There's a silent auction. They have over 50 items. I know one's a cell phone, one's a paddleboard, and some other very good prizes.
Is there a fireboat?
I wish there was. You can start with the paddle board. You can get there with a bucket. And the Lions will also be doing a barbecue by donation, and there's entertainment. Thank you.
Terrific. Councillor Nishikawa.
So the same for the Carfax Run in Bala, same hours as well. And actually there's some runners will start at 8. And then we're talking of Cranberry now. It's all about
Beautiful.
Cranberry. And I just wanted to add, support all of your harvesters out there right now, because I will say our farms need their help. Like, they're all looking for help doing all of the collections and everything, and let's support them.
So I will say the Bala Terry Fox Run somehow inadvertently missed a statutory deadline to ask for a road closure. And several councillors around the table were able to speak to district staff, and we've made arrangements that as long as they stay off the highway, OPP and fire are not going to disturb them. But we should probably make sure that these community groups understand the statutory regulations and diarize for when they need to be able to ask for district road closures, even if it's just for an hour. But and staff, I will commend the staff at the district for recognizing that this was a bit of a mistake by volunteers, and at least we're going to be able to do that. So that's terrific. Okay, we do have, who am I missing?
There is one other public announcement for the Zion Presbyterian Church has the Torrance Spaghetti Supper on the 21st of September, silent auction. So come on out. I think it's $15 a person, and
Gluten-free pasta options?
there no free pasta and no fireboat. But come on
Okay.
out. It's a great event. Thank you.
That sounds like fun. We do have one more resolution. This is back to the swimming program. So moved by Councillor Zavitz and seconded by Councillor Bolzer-Morth. Be it resolved that staff be authorized to move the 2025 swimming program from the Hannah Park Beach location to Baycliff Park Beach. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. And I can't move this. I have to move that. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa and seconded by Councillor Bolzer-Morth. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 2:21 p.m. and that the next regular meeting of General and Finance will be held on Wednesday, October 16th, 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Office in Port Carlin. All in favor? And that is carried. The mayor. This is a public service announcement with no political agenda. The mayor would like to start council at 2:45. Is that correct? We will start council at 2:45.